All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the show. Lots of people in chat today. 555 subs and 5 watching in the chat. Good to see you, Alexander. That's some real numerology there. My number is a 5, apparently, according to the numerology of my birth date. So 555, 5, and 5. 5 by 5. Can't wait for 55. That's my next year. This September, I'll be turning 55. Lots of 5s. I like it. We're just listening to 741 hertz Lego tone, inspired by Max and his 3-channel frequency generator. While we were chilling, does anyone recommend or know of any good apps for tones? I do. Hey, you tell me, how you doing? Good to see you. Hi, Emmett. Hi, Alexander. Hi, Jillian. Good to see you all here. So we got lots on the block today, at least in the news. See what comes up. Chloe, how you doing? You'll be right back? Is that what you said? We'll be at work. Oh, okay. Much love to you, hon. Cool. So you want to pop up here, Alex, and we can chat about some news. I was going to show you guys my first story of the evening. I don't know which one to show you first. I really only have a couple, but this one was kind of cool. Let's go with this. This kind of blows my mind. Oh, yeah, you guys don't have to dress formal, but I am wearing my Canadian tuxedo. So I'm all formal dressed, but you guys don't have to do that, okay? I haven't gotten many details on this story, but it's an interesting one to discuss because it does.
New York to track residents' food purchases and place caps on meat served by public institutions. So New York in tracking meat served in public as part of a sweeping initiative to achieve a 33% reduction in
Hey,
carbon
Nina, how you
emissions
doing?
by
Want to hop on up?
food by
There's a link in the
2030.
chat.
This is all part of their
I'm gonna go over to
ridiculous
YouTube and
agenda.
pin that.
Catherine, I can tell you on that.
So I've been busy watching decision makers of the world with carbon footprints of divisions, and no one's saying anything about F-35s, the military budget in terms of carbon emissions. So I just think we're looking at a system that's got absolutely no integrity, and this is more control. They're going to control the money and the current, and it's food fascism. One of the other things is the more animal protein people have, the harder they are to control. And you strip them of the animal protein and start feeding them in, they're easier to control. So this is as dark as it looks.
Isn't that amazing? So they're starting with the whole climate change thing, the whole hoax of that, pushing it onto our food, and try to track people's meat consumption in New York. That's ridiculous. Of course, you know what they need for that. A digital dollar, that would help.
Oh yeah, I heard that they want to in Europe. I think they're starting to ban that you cannot spend over $1,000 cash. Everything has to be done through the credit system. The credit card.
Wow.
Yeah, they're starting that there.
Yeah. And in the States, a while ago, they started that whole any transaction over $700 will be investigated. I don't know if they actually went through with that, but wow. Hey, Thoth, how you doing? Good to see you. Hi, James Ortiz. How you tell me? Pantless tax. Yeah, pantless tux. I like that. Yeah, it is. Getting a little hot, though. So that's a lot. There's a lot of implications for that. The starting of tracking meat consumption. Wow, and that's in New York. I don't know.
New
They
York.
haven't started. Yeah, they haven't started that hard in Canada on the consumption stuff, but or the farms like in the Netherlands.
Oh yeah, in the Netherlands, the farmers are still protesting because they want to take about 3,000 farmers' land. That's what they do.
Yeah.
And there's a crisis there. There's a lot of the farmers due to their taking their land that a lot of them committed suicide. It's that bad there. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know how far they're gonna go, but they're still protesting, standing their ground.
And how did they do that? Because they elected a pro-farmer government, but yet
Yeah,
these edicts are still going through. Like it really makes no sense.
no, because the other government is still in control. I think till a 3 month period, and seems like they're pushing everything
Oh,
before
they're
the
going to try to, yeah, they're
yeah,
going to try to get everything done before it changes. Okay, gotcha.
yeah. But the other the one that won is BBB triple B party. They're from a marketing. It was formed from a marketing firm, and that marketing firm two main clients is Monsanto and Bayer.
Oh,
So
nice.
yeah, I don't know if they're really pro the farmers. They thought they're pro the farm because they say, but if you have the client, your main client is Monsanto, how can you be with the farmers? You're contradicting yourself because Monsanto has been fucking with the farmers for a long time with
Oh,
the
yeah.
GMO crop.
They destroyed India with their GMO products. Uh,
Exactly.
yeah, lots of farmers there too. They committed suicide as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can imagine that. Yeah, yeah,
Hey, the
yeah.
realist McCoy, good to see you. The answer is beef eaters. If since they've started to demonize beef, I've started eating a lot more of it. Uh,
What?
uh, yep, yep. I even bought a roast last night. Cost me quite a penny, but if they're gonna if they're gonna tell me that I can't eat it, I'm probably doing myself no service. They probably got the jab worked into that and a few other chemicals or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Michigander, grumble ground here. I don't know what that means, but it's funny.
Name is Gander, Talk, the realist, McCoy, everybody blessing.
So that's yeah, China. We're becoming a lot more like China, and even worse than China. I don't know that even China restricts the amount of beef people can eat or meat.
Oh well,
Um,
funny you mentioned China. Sorry to mention China. Well, there's two things with China. I saw the guy Klaus Schwab of the
yeah.
World Economic Forum. He was saying, "Oh, and also your Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. All of them, or both of them, were like praising China. That China is so good. That's the model, future model for the earth with the social credit system. So they were
Oh, I
praising.
know. It's
That
insanity.
that's what they want to imply there in the whole world. China is the model for the whole world with the social credit system that they can just shut down your bank account if you say something against them or something they don't agree with, shut it down, or your money will expire too. That's with
Yeah.
the Fed online, which is gonna go in July in America. I don't know how far they're gonna go with that, but I saw that also in China they have hired about 30,000 farmer police. Farmer police.
Oh,
I
wow.
don't know if you saw that. The farmer police are going to farm the people that are planting their own crops and not using the seeds from the government. They're been
Hmm.
being taken to jail and beaten up. I saw that. They just hired
Wow.
2,000 farmer police. So damn. Yeah,
Hi,
China is
squirrel
on another
sniper.
level.
So are they after fertilizer or just taking the farms altogether?
Yeah, no, they're taking the farmers, and they're destroying the crops too because they're using their own seed, own crop. The government wants you to use their GMO seeds and crops.
Wow. And China just told people to have more babies too, which is weird, right? Like, I don't
Well,
get it.
I would think so because they fucked it up in the beginning because their ratio of women and men are not that good.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of incels there.
Yeah,
Yeah, if
they
anyone
were.
doesn't know, an incel now is a new term for involuntary celibate males. They're called incels.
Huh. But
Hey,
there they
London,
have
how you doing?
more
So,
men than women, all right?
yeah, yeah, they have way more men than women because a lot of families in China, they consider it beneficial to have a man or a boy because you need somebody to make money to take care of you when you're older. And girls just, don't fit the bill in the society that they grew up in. And really, I don't know that they are given equal pay anyways in China. That's not something I think that they promote. So a girl wouldn't make as much money and would be less capable of taking care of elderly parents. So having a boy was just good common sense. That's why there was so many girls available for adoption, Chinese girls, and they were even killing them in some cases. I heard. So
Oh yeah, yeah. China is bad. China they have an organ harvesting plant too there that they just take you and harvest your
yeah, the
organ.
Uyghurs and the Weigong practitioners, Weigong, I think it's called. They're awesome for organ harvesting because they don't drink, don't smoke. They fast a lot. They take really good care of their bodies, so they have great organs, right?
Yeah, that's true. Hey, London.
Yeah, they asked the Weigong, the leader of the Weigong Society or practice, to join the Chinese with the Chinese Communist Party, and they would have promoted him as long as he started promoting party lines, and he refused. So they threw him in jail. I think he's dead now, but I'm not sure on that.
Ah, damn. I know in Aruba, for example, there's a lot of Chinese that came here. Um, there's a lot of Chinese here. There's a lot of Chinese that are leaving China.
Yeah, we've got a lot of. Even though I'm in Canada, I'm relatively close to the border, but not to the. There's a place in um, Quebec where they can walk right over the border into Canada from the States. And there's a lot of South Americans, and Chinese, and African people coming to Canada. I've noticed a definite increase in the South American population, especially. There's a lot of them coming up here, but they don't have much of a choice. Their economies were destroyed by Soros and his ilk, and they offer you, money, clothes,
Yeah,
phone. They offer you all kinds of stuff when you're sitting there wondering where you're going to get your next meal or what job you're going to do. You're going to take that offer. You know, I would. Almost anybody would because you have no choice. You know, starve to death or here we'll give you money and trip to Canada or the U.S.
the easiest or the best solution is to not bring the immigrants to the other country, wherever country, because most countries in Europe are also having that problem. But is to fix their country, invest in their country, see what went wrong, and try to bring a solution and fix their country so they can, yeah, you feel best in your own country, and
Yeah,
proud.
there are some real success stories that they don't want to talk about right now. I think it's Haiti, had a real bad gang problem, and the story I heard that broke this whole thing was there was a bunch of gang members arrested. They were taken into the police station. The people of the village said, "No, that's not going to happen. You're going to put them on trial. They're going to get off, and they'll get back out." They broke into the police station and hung all the gang members. So
That's good.
they took the law into their own hands. Now they're having days like they used to have multiple murders a day. Now they're having stretches of 90 to 100 days where they're having no murders at all.
Damn. Yeah, in Haiti, it went really bad there with the government. What I understand, Haiti is one of the richest country in the Caribbean because they found a mineral there of a meteorite. And that's the only country, what I understand, that has it in the Caribbean. I don't know from the world, but it's very precious metal. And but all of it is being excavated and go to other countries like the U.S. contractors, outside contractors. So nothing is staying for the country. The country just becoming poor.
Yeah,
But it's a rich country, but to do to its own people too, corrupt people, they are just looking for the family and friends benefits, and then when they get what they want, they leave the country. Another
yeah.
Haitian come, corrupt, do the same thing, leave the. That's what's happening there. You know, it's the
Hmm.
same with Africa. When they found there's a village, they say, oh, they see there's oil under the village. They approach the chief, give them the chief to buy the land. The chief take the money, leave, buy a mansion, house, leave the village. And they're like, hey, it's your problem. So you have their own people fucking up their own people.
Hi, D Ocean. Yeah, that's it's insane what they're doing. We think that we have that Russia's against the New World Order, but we never know. I don't know. Figuring these people out seems like every time we look at them, all of them are pretty much evil. The only two that we had any question about was Elon Musk and Donald Trump. I don't have any question that DeSantis in the States that he's part of the cabal. Hi, D Ocean. Good to see you. Hi, no. And hi,
Hey,
Dean. I don't think I said hello to you.
hey, the ocean.
If
I'm
anyone
sorry.
wants to pop on up, come on up. We got some other stories to talk about. But yeah, that Haitian story is a real success story. There are other success stories around the globe, but they're not telling you about them.
Oh yeah, this few this Belarus president that stood up. He didn't go put the country on a lockdown like most other countries,
Yeah.
and he was offered, I think, by the World Economic Forum or the UN, like $500 million to put the country in a lockdown, but he refused, and they started a uprising there in Belarus. But I think he stood his ground. But it didn't win that good, but he succeeded afterwards. You know,
Excellent.
yes,
Huh. Yeah, and France is still on fire. They're burning. They're fighting the police in the streets. They were firebombing some of the police with Molotov cocktails. They're really pissed.
yeah. France is going right now. France is going through the second revolution, but it is if you that I looked a long time ago already with when I saw the with the stars with Pluto because Pluto is now in Capricorn. And the last time we Pluto was in Capricorn, the American Revolution took place and the French Revolution. And now we're back in Pluto Capricorn. It started in 2008 when the U.S. had the financial crash. And you know
Mm.
when the Pluto Capricorn will end? In 2024. And
Ooh.
yes, and that, oh yeah, 2024 is also, what do you call that? A quantum jump year, a jumping year, quantum jump. It, we call it in Dutch a schrikkeljaar, but it is, there's a
A what
word for it,
year?
a quantum jump, a quantum year, quantum leap year.
A quantum leap year. Is it just a leap year or what?
Oh yeah, you can say a leap year, but a shift
Okay.
everything in a leap year, something happened, something out
Okay.
of the ordinary happened in a leap year, and next year is a leap year. Yeah,
Hmm. Okay. So some extra extra words added on there.
Yeah, I think yeah, quantum leap, because I think we're gonna have like a quantum jumping, a shift happening in 2024.
I just wish we'd hurry up and see a spiritual awakening. Um,
But
there's a cool thing. I was trying to get down there, but I was, that's why I was late. I was trying to get to Canadian Tire. At Canadian Tires, they're having what are called "fuck Justin" parties.
yeah,
So people are gathering together in Canadian Tire. It's a hardware store and like sporting goods store. Uh, it's an institution in Canada, but like a good institution that people like, right? So they're gathering in the parking lots and having "fuck Justin Trudeau" parties. Apparently, in a city beside me, they had to shut down one of the bars because of the "fuck Justin Trudeau" party.
lol, but that's good. And
Yeah.
there, you can see there's an awakening going on. If I was
Mhm.
10 years back, and we're in where I was now, but in 10 years ago, then I would say, hey, we don't have a chance. We're all fucked. But I see now, 10 years afterwards, there's a lot of people asking questions, and I know in this 10 years, a lot of things should have happened but didn't happen. There was a lot of divine intervention, or I
Mhm.
heard there's also a timeline war going on with CERN and the people in control and the other good people. Like what I understand, they have the looking glass technology, the Q team
Oh,
or
hi
JFK
Nina.
Junior. So
Hi Nina.
yeah,
Hey,
hey Nina.
how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Well, I'm in Chinada here, so it's
Canada.
good. Can't get it, I guess. I just
Yeah.
did that survey earlier today.
What's that?
Well, I didn't even realize I was watching Redacted, and they were talking about a CBDC survey that they have here in Canada now, because they're ready to launch this thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? So they did this survey. Apparently, they're getting a lot of bad feedback. Like a lot, people don't want it. Which is great.
Nice.
So I thought, well, I got to do it too. So I just spent whatever 10, 15 minutes there, filled it out. So I think it's important. The more people, the better to give them your opinion.
Oh, do you have a link for that? I'd love
I
to.
do. I did post it in your chat, but I'm not a mod, so you can't click on it. But
Okay,
if
let me
you
mod
go to
you
my
up.
Gilded again, I
I
can't put a link in
I
there.
will I will mod you up. Hold on.
Okay, I do have a Gilded where I put all my stuff.
Oh
I
yeah.
pinned I pinned the link, D Ocean. Should be pinned up at the top there. I see it.
Okay. Yeah, even if you're not Canadians, just do it anyways,
Yeah.
because, and I had an opportunity to put in there something about trusting and all this. I'm like, yeah, we saw what happened back in February when they, shut down everybody's bank accounts and stuff, you know. So I totally don't trust the government at all. And I think that's important to get that opinion out there so that they know,
Yeah.
The
you know.
the Canadian government showed their power when they you had the trucking event, the people truck
Yeah.
Yeah.
in
Yeah, it
Canada
was a
that
peaceful protest. It's
yeah,
one thing if it was a mad chaos, anarchy, freaking, that would be one thing. But this was the most peaceful thing you've ever seen. They didn't show that
Crime
on
rate
the
went
thing.
down. The crime rate went down. There were
Yeah,
bouncy castles. The homeless were fed.
exactly.
The
Yeah,
streets were cleaner than they had ever been.
yeah.
And they didn't even let them protest in the right area. There is a protest area, but they stopped them from going there.
Hmm.
Then when they wanted to leave, the police blocked them in and brought in the troops.
Right. Yeah. So that
They
was a good
Yeah.
test ground right there, a
Yep.
proof of everything that we've been worried about. There you go. First thing he
Hmm.
did. And did you see the whole performance, in his speech, making it sound like they're all villains and like, it's like, really? Like, so that, I think it was almost a good thing that it happened because it really showed the people all over the
Yeah.
world.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Everything needed to happen to wake. It is for the awakening. Everything is happening for the awakening to show people, the government is on not your side. They're just lying, trying to control and control Because they have
Yeah,
fear
I'm also
because of
promoting people to wear a flag upside down. If you can get a pin, I just bought a whole bunch of pins to give out.
Okay.
Wearing your country's flag or Canada's flag, if you want, upside down to show that you are on board and you know what's going on.
Okay.
That'll be a way
I'll
to
make
show
sure.
others and link up.
Okay. Well, Canada Day's coming up, so we got a lot of those to find around in the stores. So
Yep,
I
I
might
just
just do
bought
that too and put it behind me here.
just
Yeah.
bought 4 6-packs so I can give them out. There's the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something I'm promoting. A couple other channels I know of have promoted that. So maybe it'll take off.
Yeah. I know there was this purple flag too, Canadian flag, but it was all in purple. That was
Yeah,
sort
there
of a sign.
we have the Purple Party.
Oh yeah,
It's the PPC. Yeah, it's the People's
it's about,
Party of Canada, just like the Communist China sounding
Okay.
thing.
oh,
But we have a politician that is not a sellout. He's never been involved with the WEF, never been involved with any of
yep,
these NGOs.
yeah,
Maxime Bernier. They put him in jail to stop him from running for a while. So
Wow.
yeah, he's not favored by the cabal at all.
Right.
Well,
Right.
that
and he,
seems to happen a lot to people as they end up getting incarcerated or something just so as they don't run.
Yeah,
It's a new way to
it was
keep
all a timing
people
thing
from
too,
running.
because it was during the campaigning, right? And then you have to
Mhm.
have your paperwork in at a certain time, and they were trying to delay that on him so that he couldn't get his stuff in on time. I think that was the story.
Yeah, that's the
So
kind of
They're
shit
doing
they
the
do.
same thing to Trump. They're
yeah,
trying to get him on something, and they had to go all the way
yeah,
back to the 90s to try and find something, which tells you that there's really nothing because otherwise they would have found something sooner.
yeah,
But, you know,
I'm still on the fence about Trump. I don't trust any of them really at this moment.
well, I
I
don't trust
don't know,
anybody all the
you
way,
know.
but yeah.
DeSantis went and signed a hate speech bill.
oh
So
yeah,
now they have the hate
What?
speech
Oh,
laws down
no.
there. Oh yeah, oh yeah,
Well,
oh yeah.
yeah,
We had our
well,
hope. We had our hopeful Polyev. This guy called Polyev. He was a hopeful for the other major party in Canada, other than the Liberals. But he's a climate change activist and in with the cabal, unfortunately. So
well,
we're screwed
I
there.
also heard
It'll be a slower
Elon, which
demise.
was
That's all. Go ahead.
Elon's kind of a trickster too, because I guess he put somebody in charge of Twitter that was really,
Yes,
you know,
we covered that last week. He put in a WEF member, but you have to think of what her role is. Her role is marketing. Um,
ah,
he can keep her completely out of the censorship area. And it could be to let somebody on board so that they don't kill him.
hmm or
that,
Because
try
that's
to
the,
kill him.
he said a lot of stuff that they probably want to kill him for.
Oh, probably. Oh, I'm sure that the stuff he's leaked is a killable offense, but
Oh no, he outright
then,
went to the World Economic Forum or the global. What was it? The World Global Summit. I don't know, one of their stupid things. And he's like, you know that I don't think that a global government is such a good idea. You know, we've seen throughout histories that civilizations rise and fall, and the only reason that we continue going is because we have diversity. And they didn't
right,
like that. Yeah, he's not on. He doesn't. What he says, he's not on board. I still
right.
question him though, but
yeah,
because of his
me too.
heritage, his
I
lineage.
question everything.
Yeah,
I
Just
saw him
keep
at
questioning everything.
we did remote view him. We saw happiness, which was weird. It was cool. Everybody was pretty happy. Um, and then there was a weird undertone though, like maybe it was fake happiness or I don't know.
yeah,
But yeah,
robotic.
we've never seen anything bad out of that man yet. So I don't know.
It's a question mark with him because I saw him at the gala with the Baphomet a symbol on his chest, and he wants to hook up people with the AI. So I don't know with him. I heard Carrie Cassidy says
Yeah.
that she heard maybe he's letting it the people of the West come in the business so they can catch him, catch everybody what they're doing with the censoring, what they're gonna do. So that's how they using her as a Trojan horse for come in, do what are you gonna do, and then they're gonna have every proof what they're gonna do with censoring or suppressing information.
Mm.
And with
Yeah.
Trump, I
The Baphomet symbol doesn't have to necessarily be evil. It can be used either way. So it's
Yeah,
not
you can't
That's
really
necessarily
right.
judge
an
somebody
evil.
on their
That is
Halloween
not
costume.
necessarily evil.
Yeah.
No,
Some
but
people
he,
just put everything
That's
out
a,
like that's
that's
all
just a
evil.
representation of the zodiac, really,
the
is what it
Baphomet,
is. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
Baphomet was actually meant to be
And
an
unicorn.
incorporation of man and nature and animals, and it was like meant to be everything. It was meant to be a representation of
It's a
everything.
yeah,
unifying symbol.
but do
as
Mhm.
you
above,
think they
so
have
below.
converted it? Converted it? It's converted like the swastika. They convert it in their own thing.
They can, but we
Right,
can
the
take them back.
swastika, they tilted it.
It's
Yeah,
all in the intention.
that's a
Exactly.
Native American symbol, the
So
swastika.
if he has good intention in it, then it's a good symbol.
Yeah, well, you can't really judge somebody by their Halloween costume, and that's
Yeah.
kind of ridiculous. But the fact that he just
It,
hired somebody
It can
that
give
was
you an idea. Yeah, it can give you an idea into their mindset, though. Yeah.
Lori
exactly.
Lightfoot, though, I think picked
plus
was
it's
spot on
dedicated, right?
with
It's Halloween, you know.
Beetlejuice.
Like the Prime Minister of Canada, he was in blackface so many times. So I
Yeah,
know he's
I
not
know.
like
Oh, he's got
Yeah,
a kit. He's got a special kit for that. He carries with him everywhere in case he ever has
yeah,
to pull out blackface. I think he's retired
Oh,
that since
geez.
all of his attacks about that. But yeah, that
yeah.
was a thing he carried with him.
But
I was
but
saying Lori
everybody's
Lightfoot.
thinking that Musk is like some kind of savior or something, but he just hired somebody from the World Economic Forum
He
to
did.
run
Yeah, we
Twitter.
just said that.
Yeah, we just
Yeah.
covered that
Okay,
it
I
could be
must
a
have
ploy, just to back off the WEF and all these NGOs by letting somebody on board to kind of monitor what's going on. I don't know. It is
That
very.
seems a little
It
weird.
does make you question it very
Yeah. Why
deeply.
would you
It
want them in charge
matters
of
and
anything?
everything.
No, unless you're
Question
on board.
everything.
Yeah, he's part of it. So yeah, I
Yeah,
wouldn't
as
trust
as
him.
I
Maybe we're supposed to keep guessing. You know that?
maybe.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Maybe everybody's
It's all
supposed to just keep
distraction.
on
Yeah.
guessing.
Or maybe we're
It's
supposed to
all
get rid of all these
distraction. Yeah.
oligarchs and leaders. Maybe we're
Yeah.
not supposed to have these leaders.
When is the next election in Canada? You know,
I think it could
I'm
be
not even sure.
2024. They can call an election in Canada anytime. That's the funny thing about Canada. Like, we don't spend years getting ready for an election. They just happen. Boom.
Yeah, so he went and made sure,
Yeah,
I
right?
wish
somebody.
we
In the
could.
beginning of the Rona,
Yeah,
he went and did it again
yeah.
before we, really got to see his true
Yeah,
colors.
he
So
got
he made
himself an
sure of
extra
that.
couple of years
Yeah,
by
he got
calling
2
it during
years.
the
So
Rona, right?
we might be due, actually. We might even be due next year, like the rest of
Yeah,
you.
it might be next year.
It could be.
But if one of our parties, we have the NDP party up here, they're holding and propping him up. If it wasn't for them, we could call a non-confidence vote and get rid of him. But
Well, yeah, if there
and
was a
have an
vote now,
election.
he'd be out. I can tell
Yeah,
you that. Everybody
yeah,
hates him. So
yeah, yeah. He's got the elections pretty cinched up though, too. He's followed a lot of the tricks from down in the States. Like
mhm.
the first that election that he did, I got 2 ballots in the mail. So I had the
Ooh,
option of sending one in and then going in person and doing one.
Oh, nice. Okay, I see.
Ooh, nice.
That can
Yeah,
go both ways, though. You can get 2 negatives too. So
yeah.
you're right. So, but
So
yeah,
yeah, they're doing tricks up here too. Um, Terrible
yeah,
tricks. They're doing
yeah. I don't trust
gerrymandering,
any
which
of
is
it.
what they do is they find a group of people who are voting conservative. They break them up into different districts so that their votes don't count.
All right.
That
and
happens in the States a
That's
lot too.
called gerrymandering.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a case coming into that, no? Because there's Carrie Lake. She's also very good. In the U.S., for I, the only two good person that I see is not corrupted is Trump and Carrie Lake of Arizona. All the other ones are corrupt because George
Yeah,
Soros.
Carrie Lake. I wish they'd run together.
What
And
about that Marjorie Taylor Greene?
um,
I have no
She
idea.
seems like she's pretty solid.
Tulsi Gabbard is solid.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard. She had some WEF connections, but she's totally spoken against that.
Right. Tulsi Gabbard might be able. You know what? She's also affable
and
enough. She might be
Also,
able to.
they put her name on their website without her permission.
Mhm.
So she was psyoped into a part of that.
She might actually be able. She doesn't have like the only problem. You know what? I'm telling you. I looked into Trump's eyes at one point. What I saw was the American people. He really does care for the American people. Now he may not be perfect.
He's got two
And
sides, though. He's a Gemini.
yeah, he's got two sides. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that. However,
greed and
when I
self-preservation
looked at Biden,
Yeah.
when I looked at Biden, he's a hand puppet.
Oh, that's a corpse. What do you think of RFK?
He's a hand puppet.
Yeah, RFK Jr. running would be awesome. But I don't think they'll elect him.
I think he's not fully genuine.
Yeah. They're going to cut him right out of the race anyways. They're not doing any debates, so right, 555.
In U.S., the only one I see is Trump because Mike Pence is also exposed. He's also an evil person. The only one
Pence is
oh, yeah.
no. Is a no.
Yeah.
Solid no.
Yeah.
The only one I see in U.S. And before was Jesse Ventura, but he left U.S. He doesn't live there anymore. And Trump and Carrie Lake. She's straightforward. He doesn't take crap from nobody. She's very
That's
good.
right.
Yeah. What we really have to do is put a lot of attention into the lower levels. Like we have, like in Toronto, there's a guy called Chris Sky, and he's running for mayor of Toronto. They would just call him a conspiracy theorist. He's totally in line with our thinking on almost every issue. I haven't seen one that he's not. Chris Sky.
Which party? Which is the party name and color?
I don't know. He might be Purple Party. He might be conservative. Let me check.
No, you have to know that. You go around, put a sticker around, vote the Purple Party. Fuck the road. Go purple. To wake the people. Hey, here in Aruba, all the parties here are corrupt too. So there's two. Okay, no, there's only two parties, but they're very small. But there's the only two that stand against the jab. Only two parties. All the other ones are corrupt.
Okay, let's see. He doesn't have he doesn't seem to associate with any party.
Oh, independent.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, independent.
Yeah.
Jesse Ventura was independent too. He was a Republican or Democrat. He was independent.
Toronto mayor candidates. Chris Sky. Net worth. Let's see what he's worth. Chris Sky's net worth is $997 million.
Oh, damn. Well, yeah, he has the money to do something. You know.
So yeah, I suppose he can afford to run for mayor.
he can afford to run for the prime minister.
Yeah, we gotta take a little closer look into him. 997 million. Wow. So he's almost a billionaire.
Yeah. He's not so far from being a billionaire. What does he do? Huh. Yeah, a lot of the people in the government are businessmen, and certain years that they're in government, their business expands. Wonder why?
Yep. Makes no sense, eh? Nancy
No,
Pelosi is
no.
the best investor in history.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. She is very good in that. Wonder why?
Yeah. Let's see. There we are.
I don't know if you heard that in the last 3 months, I think it came out that the government was involved. The CIA specifically was involved in JFK assassination.
Yeah, and absolutely nothing's been done about it.
Yeah, exactly. I know the
Hello.
government has.
Africa.
Oh, wait.
Is the Chinese
Um,
Communist Party doing something good? Or is this
Hello.
just a lie?
So China is supposed to be. However, they're doing something different in other places.
Welcome to China Uncensored.
We'll get
I'm
into
Matt
that in a
Gagasta.
minute.
This episode is sponsored by PC Doctor Toolbox. Monitor your PC for software crashes, hardware failures, and the kind of glitch your life miserable. So, the Chinese Communists lie to you. Even when it's telling the truth, it's lying. Think something
Hey,
is
don't know
good when
Cage.
it's
You'll have to show me your face.
Bloomberg News article last week praising
I don't
China
know
for
Cage.
waiving some of its loans to Africa and offering $10 billion of international monetary fund
Please type in
reserves.
chat who you are.
And this story was also picked up by a lot of other media, like Quartz, News Australia, and Prime Business Africa. Obviously, what's going on is generous to phones.
Sorry, Cage.
Either
I don't
that
let people
or
up blind.
those reporters just took China's foreign minister at his word without any critical thinking whatsoever. Here's what Foreign Minister Wang Yi said earlier this month at the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation. China will waive the 23 interest-free loans for 17 African countries that had matured by the end of 2021. And he didn't actually give any other details, like which 17 countries or how much money.
Which
But he
loans?
did say the loan forgiveness comes in the face of the various forms of hegemonic and bullying practices. I assume that's the United States and Europe. But okay, 3 loans, 17 countries. Sounds like a pretty big deal. Except it's not. Even assuming it's true, overall impression gives of the Chinese Communist
Give you a
Party's
chance.
generosity is a big. China forgiving 23 loans is not very many when you consider that China has nearly 1,200 loans in Africa. So that's less than 2%. Forgiving those interest loans is not even special. China has been doing that for years. China traditionally waives interest-free loans, which are offered by China's foreign aid agency. In other words, China never expected these interest-free loans to get paid back. They were intended to be gifts all along. So why would China even bother to label them loans? Well, maybe they want to make sure the recipient nation knows who their daddy is.
But the Chinese government would expect the countries that are at the receiving end of these giant to reciprocate in terms of giving support to Chinese government policies and positions on controversial global matters.
So to get these wonderful free loans that they don't have to pay back, countries have to support China. Social global matters like, I don't know, the future invasion of Taiwan, or Huawei building 5G networks, or Chinese intelligence agents kidnapped dissidents overseas. As Foreign Minister Wang Yi put it in his speech announcing loan forgiveness, China appreciates the firm commitment to the One China principle and your strong support for China's efforts to safeguard sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity. So These loans were actually gifts, except that they were structured as loans so the Communist Party could attach political strings and then demand the money back if the countries didn't comply. And like I said, they represent only a tiny fraction, maybe 2% of China's total loans to Africa. The other 90-something percent of China's loans to Africa are real loans that do have to be paid back. The money is usually loaned for building belt and road infrastructure projects. They're financed by China, built using mostly Chinese labor, and they sometimes don't go quite as planned. Like the African Union headquarters, where Chinese contractors added surveillance devices that can be monitored from Beijing, and the freight rail Ethiopia to Djibouti, which is hemorrhaging money, and the Sigiri Bridge in Kenya, which just collapsed. Lake was more stable than that. Now, not every Chinese project ends in disaster, though. Some of them just never end. China's Belt and Road Initiative has produced a scattering of large, unfinished, or grossly economically inefficient projects. For more than a decade, the Chinese
That's why I'm
actively
coming
pushed
over
loans
here.
on African countries. There are 54 countries. 59 of them have taken Chinese loans. And
Looks like an
are taking
AI.
the
What's up,
loans
everybody?
back. So much so that China is getting worried.
Alex,
I'll explain after the break.
Hi, Cage.
Yeah,
But
much
China
love,
is
bro.
starting to get
There we
worried
go.
about
That's enough of
Africa's
that.
indebtedness.
So we can hear
For example,
what
in
China's saying.
I'd love
Today.
to,
But in
you know,
other
if
places,
if you're gonna watch something, Max, you know, I know you're into the remote viewing thing. Have you looked into Laurentian University, the neuroscience program there?
No, I haven't.
When it comes to remote viewing, it's neuroscience, and what they've done is like they've done it in the laboratory, and they're able to either completely block it or enhance it with magnetic.
Oh yes,
fields.
I've seen that researched. Yes,
magnetic fields and stuff. There's
yeah,
definitely
I've
something
seen
going
that.
on there.
Yeah, they can actually amplify the ability as well. They know how to dampen it, like you say, and
Yeah, either turn it off
and
completely
promote
or amplify it. Exactly.
exactly. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of research they did there. That's amazing. We feel sometimes when we do our viewing on some targets, some people feel like they've been like dampened or attacked, or that they're trying to suppress the ability. Oftentimes, I'll feel like a weight come down me, like a change in air pressure, and it could be that they're trying to suppress the ability.
It's a big thing in Canada. I actually started here in Canada at Laurentian University. It's in Sudbury. I'm Canadian too.
Awesome.
Yeah. So you're probably around there. I'd recommend looking into the work of Dr. Persinger and Dr. Todd Murphy. Persinger unfortunately passed away, but his protege, Todd Murphy, really gets into it. You know?
Excellent. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. Laurentian University. They call it a remote viewing program, or?
No, they go into it more. Like there's this one lecture that's available, and I think it's titled "Psychic Skills and Miracles and Technology Used for Telepathy and Remote Viewing." I think that's what it's called.
Cool. Yeah, we look into politicians quite a bit on my show. So we've looked into all the major ones, trying to find what their motivation is, what their mind is like. It can be scary sometimes. Most of the time it is, unfortunately. There aren't too many that don't have like backdoor deals and aren't doing pretty bad stuff that we've seen. So, yeah.
That's how it goes, right? But really, they're probably being used as a conduit, like a pawn.
Well, there was a comment in here about the abuse, and that's the thing. They abuse people, but they were systemically abused, most of them, as youth as well. So
it goes back to the whole thing, right? Hurt people, right? So it goes back to that. It's a good way to get them to do your bidding, get them into that mind state.
Yeah. I haven't seen you in class. You should come by tonight. I have class at 11 o'clock. Friday and Saturday nights, you can come and practice. It's a lot of fun, too.
I'm really good at that kind of stuff.
Awesome.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, Yeah, we got a lot of
I've
great people in class.
I've been subscribed for a while, right? And I do sometimes see you live and hit the class. I'm not sure exactly how it works, and I haven't really seen an opportunity to be on panel before. We've talked once before where you told me about this stuff on another panel.
Yeah,
This is the
it's
first.
ridiculous. It's ridiculously simple. It's so ridiculously simple. It's,
Hey, Keith, are you the
No, I
Keith?
know the methodology behind the remote viewing, but I'm saying I don't know
Yeah.
how your class is set up when you have like target number like 137 or something. And
we just pick a number, and I do images at the beginning of the night, and then at the end of the night, I do a destination target.
okay.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Cage, are you the Cage that came on Matrix Man? Matrix Man?
Of course,
Are you
you
a
remember
grower?
me, Alex. Come on, man. I've known you for years.
Yeah. Now I know. Yeah.
Yeah, you remember me.
Yeah, you're the grower. Yeah, Cage grower.
Yeah, long time. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's China doing this. I wanted to talk about this because my wife brought up an interesting one, a different perspective on this. But yeah, giving away these or debt forgiveness is absolutely not really what they're doing. It's all a political push to get these people on board when they start invading Taiwan, like this guy said. This news article was bang on, I think. But in other places like India, apparently they're starting to call in their loans. So
You're gonna love this stuff, Max, man. I'm telling you.
What's that?
You're gonna love this stuff. I'm telling you. I've been trying to get this to you. It's the first time I've seen you actually live with the link there, so I decided to hit it.
Okay.
So
all right.
I'm gonna join on my computer. If I could show you guys some of this, and I could pause it at any time, and go through it a bit. I think it's very beneficial, especially with the work that you do. Okay. I'm surprised you don't know more about this stuff.
I don't know where to get a generator to reproduce the electromagnetic waves that they create.
You can get them, and they talk about it. It's called the Shiva device, or you can create your own. Pretty much what it is it's like it's a magnetic field that drops every few milliseconds in order to create a pattern.
Okay.
And this generates a synthetic magnetic field around the 7 hertz thing around the Schumann resonance, and this actually creates some sort of effects. It's very interesting.
There are tone generators you can generate 7 hertz with, but
they call it chirp signal.
It won't have the electromagnetic properties.
Yeah, you can use like a function generator, right? Like something that'll produce like a perfect G note, like whatever. Yeah. Right. It's called a chirp signal that they use. I'm not very good at explaining this kind of stuff, but
that's all right. So, have fun with it. That's all.
It's definitely good information to know. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so the surprising thing that China is doing now is they're calling in loans on places like India. And what happens when they do that to America is they start taking over your institutional buildings and parks, the resources in them. They're allowed to pretty much rape the land, and they will rape and pollute the land incredibly, like they've done all over the place. They're doing that in Australia right now. They're taking all the water from the farmers. So there's basically no water flowing to the farms in Australia.
Oh, no?
Yeah.
And I know.
They're taking it all up for processing. They just suck it all out of the rivers. Yeah.
But that's the thing, no? They say we're
you don't. You don't have to let that one in, Max.
Maybe that we're scarce on water, fresh water, but we have ocean water. This is a water world. 70% of this world is water. So we can use the ocean water to produce water. That's what they use in Aruba, the ocean water. And you produce high quality water here.
Nice.
So
I noticed the upside down Canadian flag. That's hilarious, right? You are in Chinada, whatever you want to call it.
I am, yeah. I'm trying to promote that. Get a flag of your country. Get a flag of your country or a Canadian flag if you want, and wear it upside down. I bought a bunch.
I was born and raised in Canada, in Toronto, actually.
In Toronto, nice. I was born in Oakville. So
right there, right past Mississauga, right?
Yeah, right now I'm in Hamilton. So
no. Yeah, you're right there. There you go. It's super interesting stuff, though. As you know, very interesting stuff. A spiritual light in the brain. Lecture number 4, psychic skills and miracles, and this is at Laurentian University Neuroscience Behavioral
Yeah.
Program.
Yeah, Nina's in BC.
So you know Sudbury, right? Laurentian University. So
Yeah.
The theme of tonight's talk
Hi,
is
Desert
psychic
Rose.
skills and miracles. And I want to be clear what types of psychic skills I'm going to be talking about. The first sort is telepathy. And when I say telepathy, I'm referring to the transfer of information between two brains along lines that physics would either have a hard time describing or wouldn't want to touch at all. The classic example, the kind of story that everyone has heard most often about this kind of psychic transmission, telepathic transmission, is when a mother, let's say in the state of Maine, suddenly wakes up in the middle of the night knowing that her daughter in California is having some kind of trouble, and wakes up, places that frantic call, "What's wrong?" and then finds the daughter is on the other end of the phone saying, "My boyfriend just went berserk, I was in a car accident," and so forth. Somehow, across 3,000 miles of sheer physical distance, there can be this transfer of information.
I've seen this
It's most
video,
common
yeah.
between intimates, people who are closely connected, mothers and daughters, boyfriends, girlfriends, married couples, siblings, and so forth. And the next type that we'll be talking about is remote viewing, which I like to kind of characterize as real-time clairvoyance. Remote viewing, and it's always good to define these things, even though I think everybody already knows what it is when someone in one location can focus or put their attention on another location and actually get real information about what's going on there. There are some types of psychic connections, some types of psychic skills that I won't be talking about, or that my comments here tonight won't apply to. Things like precognition, and I think that there is some validity.
You gonna say something, Max?
Yeah.
I paused it for you.
Oh, no. I was just.
I thought you were about to say something. I had to.
Oh, no.
No.
No, go ahead.
It's some really good information, but it gets into
Yeah.
the science behind it and the parts of the brain that manifests this, and the electromagnetic effects that are there.
I have actually seen this video.
Really?
Yeah. Or excerpts from it. For sure.
You may have. It's pretty rare to find.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people know about it. It's hard to find.
I don't know where it was, but I have seen parts of this, yes.
100%. Yeah, you probably have. Right? If you're looking to remote viewing, you'll probably see Dr.
I don't research remote viewing a lot, which is, you'd think I would, but I don't.
Like, you know about Ingo Swann? And then,
yeah.
Like, he was tested here, and there's another guy named Sean Herbivance, and they were extensively tested here in Ontario, where we live. Like, a lot of this stuff has actually been developed and created here in Canada.
Yeah, Canada does a lot with the psychic in the mind. We did the MK Ultra testing up here too on patients in our mental institutions.
Yeah, Quebec and Montreal. And,
places in Ontario as well. It's terrible what we do sometimes.
Canada's
we're like one of the worst countries out there, but everybody thinks we're so nice. But our government
it's like the asshole that has like a nice smile and a handshake.
Oh yeah,
stabbing you in the back, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
our government is so corrupt, so corrupt, so sneaky. Yeah, and when they ride on the good name of the Canadian people, and stab the rest of the world in the back.
Canadian people are great people. There's a lot of nice people out here. Great people.
Canadians are great. Our government sucks. Canada's great. Canadians are great. Our government sucks ass. So.
Yeah, that's I think all over. Yeah.
That's the issue, right? It's always.
It is the issue. Yeah,
people in control are very nice.
Yeah. They're not doing their job. That's for sure. Yeah, there's different. My city's a pretty friendly city, on the most part.
The dirty hammer, the steel town,
Yep, the armpit of Ontario, of Lake Ontario.
You know about the Devil's Punch Bowl over there?
Oh yeah, I love going there.
Yeah.
Yep, Devil's Punch Bowl. Yeah, they started. There's another place, few waterfalls, but they've started putting fences around them.
You know, Hamilton actually has the most waterfalls in one place in the world.
Yep, over 100.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's the most. There's also something called Bancroft, Ontario, which is
I moved to Hamilton like 7 years ago, and I asked Hamiltonians about the waterfalls. They don't know.
It's the waterfall capital of the world.
Yeah, they don't know. It's also the windsurfing capital of the world because we have the best winds coming off the escarpment. They're always blowing. Like they call Detroit the Windy City, nothing compared to Hamilton. This is world known for windsurfing in this area. And we don't have any wind farms.
I never knew that.
Yeah. Yeah, windsurfers come from all over the world to catch a wind here. And we've got the Lake Ontario. It's huge, right? So you can go for miles without having to turn
It's
around.
interesting. I learned something new there.
Yeah.
I knew it had like a shitload of waterfalls, like some of the most. But Ontario has a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like if you go to Bancroft, it's the most minerally diverse place in the world. They have over 90% of the minerals, like gold, diamonds, all that, in one place.
Yeah, my brother-in-law took us up there for rock collecting one time. It was awesome.
You went up to Bancroft, yeah?
Yeah, you can just stop on the side of the road. There's like just
it's
stuff
just laying
everywhere.
on the ground. It's just
yeah,
there.
it's everywhere. Like literally. You don't have to go anywhere special.
If you go deep into it, though, like I went to somewhere called Bear Lake, and I was with an ex-girlfriend, and we found some crazy stuff there.
Yeah, awesome.
It's magnetite, all types of stuff. And this gets into magnetite, too. You can find magnetite there. And you know, in your brain, there's like about 6.5 billion magnetite crystals in your mind, which this is how remote viewing and all this other phenomena, I think, occurs. Because we're biologically programmed in order to,
that one I am very clear on. There's in your pineal, there's crystals. They're piezoelectric, piezoluminescent, and piezochromatic. So they produce colors and light when they bump or take electricity. So they form the shapes, colors, and things you see.
Exactly. And there's also magnetite, which are in chains called
That's awesome.
magnetosomes.
That would give it extra structure. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Because it's like like the first radio is based off the human brain. It was created.
Cool. That's crazy. Yeah, the crystal.
Your mind is pretty much a metaphysical radio, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, we're made of crystals. People don't even realize it, but most of our body is crystalline. Silica, various other metals. Yeah.
See, when we start saying things like this, though, I always have like a filter up because we hear like some new age craziness, right? And it just sounds like out there. But if we look into neuroscience and what reality can show us, like we can go and open up the fucking mind and look into it.
Yeah. I came to remote viewing through a spiritual awakening. I left the church because
there's something
the church
there
wasn't telling me the truth, and I knew it. And so I wanted to find what the Christ was. I found that the Christ story mirrors the cycles and the pineal in us. That's the connection. No one gets to the Father except through the Christ. And I found that was inside us. They keep asking in churches, to have Christ inside them, but they don't understand what it does. They don't give you the tools to get there, to like advance your pineal gland. Involves the whole spiritual journey of improvement and enlightenment of the self, and they don't teach that.
Yeah, and even this gives you a lot of insight. The video I'm showing you, it shows you how like the different brain parts, like the hypothalamus, the hippocampus, like these different structures, they react, and through a convergence, through different practices that were taught, spiritual practices in that.
Yep.
Like some people like beat a drum or run around, or like they have incantations where they say a certain. What this does, it tricks the mind, and you have different structures activated, and there's convergence and a specific magnetic field that's produced in order to have this phenomena. And I think reality, I don't even think. Like at this point, I kind of just suspect reality is based upon the subconscious mind, right? And the subconscious mind, the way it's programmed, it'll produce specific magnetic fields, and that will in turn create reality as we see it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people believe that reality is projected from our eyes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like even the ancient in the ancient Kemet or the ancient Hermeticists, they used to say that one of their tenets is the universe is mental. And so even the ancients have said this for a long time.
Yeah.
And now science is starting to catch up.
Yeah. Well, outside of this, what is there? Like outside of your eyes, that's everything else, right? It's all perception.
And look at the eye. If you zoom in on an eye, doesn't it look like some sort of like a universe? It has the same structure as a universe. In a way.
Yeah, as a nebula, definitely.
That's another hint towards it, right?
It could be.
Well,
yeah. The nebulous of the eye.
The black hole.
You can program your subconscious mind and think your reality. Perspective.
Yeah, it's all perspective, right?
Yeah.
You can live in a wonderland or you can live in a hellhole. It's all perspective. That's one of the major lessons I learned was how the world is all in how I view it. You know? So if I want to live in a wonderland, I should think of a wonderland and act as if it is.
It's very true.
Like for now, if people can say, "Oh, the world is going to crap," or you can say, "Oh, things are changing. The Kabbalah is falling, and a new beginning is coming."
Exactly.
There's big change a coming, that's for sure.
well, it boils down to like, is the glass half full or half empty?
Right. Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Like, are you going to be a nihilist or?
Yeah.
Depends.
Pessimist or optimist?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know, when you project that out into the world, it mirrors it back to you. So, you know, that's what I find. A universe is one trip around the zodiac, one verse. Ah, very nice, beloved.
Very interesting topics, you know.
Interact with the electromagnetic field, which makes up the universe. Yeah. Yeah, I do believe
Even
we
planets.
influence everything around us with our
And you know it's very crazy. This is why you can get objects, right? Like I think this is how remote viewing works, because even if it's not a conscious thing, you can still like tap into it because it's all electromagnetic based. For example, you can get a specific mimosa plant, and a Venus flytrap. They've done this test before, and there's an action potential. You see when you touch a specific mimosa plant, and the leaf you touch, it as soon as you touch it, it folds down and looks less appealing. And there's an action potential that's electrical. Right? So you can literally hook up a Venus flytrap, and you see how the Venus flytrap, if you rub the mouth of it or whatever, and it closes.
Yep.
So you can send the signal, that action potential, into the mimosa plant through electrical signals, and the entire plant, like magic, will close automatically. Yeah. Everything will droop automatically. It's crazy. So it's like everything is within this, right? Everything.
Yeah, it gets scary to a point with frequencies and projecting them, because there's a frequency for every organ of the body, and they know how to disrupt them. They know which ones disrupt them, which ones help them, because you can do both, unfortunately.
Well, obviously, human beings are fucked up. So, Max, if this remote viewing thing, which we know is real, right? We all know it's real. There's something going on. So, don't you think, just like anything else, human beings tend to create weapons out of things like that, right? So, I'm pretty sure they're going to weaponize the mind and fuck people in that manner too, because why not?
Yeah, they already use it for warfare, right? That was its original inception, was for warfare, spying on the enemy.
Exactly. You know? The U.S. was doing it with Russia, spying what they're doing, and
they're doing it in Canada too at Laurentian. He even mentions that after.
See, I'm hoping that there is an awakening, that the age of Aquarius does bring that, where we have a much more connected psychic world. And I hope it's really intense.
I'm pretty good at this stuff. Like I could
Yeah.
show you. Like I used to go on random panels and we do an experiment where it goes beyond remote viewing. But what
Nice.
it is that we all agree on like rolling a dice, and we roll it like a few times in a row. It's the same thing we want every time. But
Mm-hmm.
people start freaking out and messing it up after. But
Well,
yeah,
you got to come to class then. That'll be
yeah.
awesome. You'll have a lot. Like we ask some important questions sometimes. We got right. There was the bombing of the pipe explosion. There was the second pipeline that got blowed up.
Yeah.
We predicted that.
Hey, Matt, can I say one thing before
Yeah.
I forget? It's they've done studies at Laurentian University, actual studies that are in scientific literature right now,
Mm-hmm.
published and peer reviewed, where they pretty much made people remote view things before the target was selected randomly by another person. So it's
That
like
happens in class.
yeah. So it's like so it's not like the time is not linear. It's non-linear time. So
Yep.
pretty much they are selected. So what is it? The chicken or the egg? Is the remote viewer creating this thing, or are they seeing in the future? Like, how does that work, right? Like, no one knows that, right? It doesn't. No one knows exactly how it works.
Yep.
But they ask them and record the results to remote view something before they randomly select the target through an external people, being university students. So it's like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, we have similar experiences. People guess. Sometimes they're actually guessing the image before, sometimes after. Sometimes people will put in a response before I've even selected the picture, or the destination, and
so what's
they're
creating the
always on.
destination then? Right?
It actually, I wait until the end of the show to create the destination. That way, there's no prior knowledge of it.
It's like the chicken or the egg.
I try to take this to I try to do it as scientifically as possible with as much fun as we have. I'm really rigorous about not selecting the destination until the end, because I don't know if the impressions will bleed through, but I don't know. And I tell you, they are bang on most of the time.
We can do it in real time with a dice.
Yeah.
You should try it. You should start doing dice exercises on here.
I used to do I used to do cards. Now I like images better.
Yeah.
It's much more involved.
No, but it's like this. Like you can use your will or whatever it is, like the consciousness of the remote viewer to actually change reality. Like you can create that
number.
Probability. Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's definitely some of the.
Yeah, there are several ways to remote view, though. I believe so. I think it all boils down to just using the third eye, but however you get there is up to you. I like to practice like commando style. I call it. That's like what we do on our show. We don't take long breaks in between. Like oftentimes, remote viewers between destination or targets take long breaks because we're just doing images. I try to do them kind of rapid fire, like I guess you would do with dice.
Get more. You're getting more out of it in less quote unquote time.
Yeah.
Call it that.
Yeah.
So it's like when you rapid fire, you have to move more on intuition and automatic function.
Mm-hmm.
In a way,
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what you have to do really, is separate your thoughts from those messages coming in.
Exactly. Because what we do is you put a mental overlay over it, and through our own repertoire of existence, you kind of have an overlay and you kind of mess up the result.
Yeah, we still have to interpret it through our mind, but separate, like if you just plainly, like as stupid or as weird or as strange as the impressions seem, just put those in and they're usually right.
You can mess with it though, like you can change the target, so it's almost like tricking your own mind, right? So it's like, as long as your subconscious mind believes it,
Mhm.
then you have like some sort of, you know when you have that feeling when you know for a fact that you're going to be correct.
Yeah,
So
I don't think about it. When I don't think about it, I know I'm going to be right.
it's like an automatic function. Do you think about
Yeah.
your breathing? Do you think about your heartbeat?
Yeah.
No. It just automatically
I've had people test me, and I don't like being tested, but when they do pull up a random, I'll just be right almost every time. I don't like doing that. That's like a parlor trick,
Well,
right?
there's someone there. It's not all woo woo. There's just fucking. It's 100%.
Oh no, I don't think there's anything woo woo about it at all.
It's real. It's definitely real. But no one really understands exactly how it works. Though. That's the thing.
Say that again.
I'm saying no one really understands how it works, right? It's like the
No,
chicken or
we
the egg.
understand the process. We can see the mechanism in our body that leads to it. Like there's the oil, and that leaves the brain, travels through the body, through the endocrine system, visiting all the chakras of the body on the way down, and then being pumped back up to the optic thalamus to eventually break through to the pineal and activate it. So yeah, pretty well like that part of it's understood, but the actual connection part, that's the thing. People will come up with the idea of quantum entanglement as a theory for it, and in some respects that does maybe
Like the observer effect in that.
yeah. Also, the double slit experiment type thing where the observer affects the results. And it's very hard to pin down, and but I came to it from a spiritual way instead of a scientific or any other way. So my perspective on it's through the Christ and that story. But all the ancient texts mirror that story, which mirrors the
It's a
process,
regurgitated
right?
story that's been
Yeah, right. Because it is a true story. It's the story of
like if you
us.
want to go into Jungian psychology, it's like archetypes, right? It's the archetypical way of being, right? Like this whole story of being resurrected 3 days up, like this has been repeated over and over and over.
Yeah, they knew the human body inside and out, in incredible ways, more than we
Of course.
know
That's why it's
today.
called the culted. It's called a cult because it's hidden from people, right?
Yeah, they knew that the oil rests in the optic thalamus for 3 days, or the cave.
The crystals.
Jesus was in the cave for 3 days. Brahma was in the cave for 3 days. Everybody was in the cave for 3 days, and then they resurrected. It's
deep because I believe everything is kind of manifested through the subconscious mind reality, but I also believe that there's definitely something to do with the numbers, right? Numbers are something that are there across the board.
Yeah.
Can't have an opinion on the number. The number's the number, regardless, right? So
Alex is really into the numerology of things. But I believe all energy is conscious, right? So even a stone is making its reality of being a stone.
It's still in the electromagnetic matrix, if you want to call it that, right?
Sure. Yeah,
like
the cup. This cup right now loves being a cup, so it's going to want to stay being a cup, unless I ask it really, really nicely not to be.
There is no spoon. There is no cup.
No spoon.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. The learning nature.
Let's continue. Should I play a little more of this? We're only 2 minutes in.
To precognition, and I'll be mentioning one of the studies where it was validated later on. That involves information from the future to the present. And this is tricky because it opens up what is in theoretical physics referred to as a can of smelly worms. Because getting information from the future to the present breaks down their fundamental assumptions, challenges their fundamental assumptions about the nature of time. And Well, they want us to do as little of that as we can possibly manage. So we're not going to be talking about tarot card readings, palmistry, tea leaf readings, crystal gazing, or channeling. All of these are in a different class of experience. And one of the things that distinguishes telepathy and remote viewing from other kinds of psychic work is that all you need to do it is a human brain. No tarot cards, no crystal ball, no tea. This isn't what we're covering. And the reason we're not covering it is that the reason that this talk is possible at all has to do with a certain new class of evidence that's come to the laboratory in Canada, where a new technology was used to elicit telepathic and remote viewing in experimental subjects. And here is a picture of the first prototype. This device is known as the octopus because it has eight magnetic coils, or 8 pairs of coils that are arranged around the head. From the top, you can see them a little bit better. These are film canisters, and each film canister has 2 magnetic coils, which are actually adapted solenoids. And there are a couple of signals that have been used in this with this class of technology. One of them is actually called a chirp signal, and I'll be giving you a look at that later on. And the other is one that's actually derived from activity deep in the brain from a structure called the amygdala. And this technology has been used to pioneer a new way of studying psychic perception. What the individual pairs of coils are doing is outputting magnetic fields. And those magnetic fields rise and fall in very short periods of time, like 1 to 3 milliseconds, so that the magnetic fields they're producing actually acquire a
I have
distinct
magnets
shape.
in my hat.
It was developed by Dr. Michael Persinger here on the left and Stan Koren on the right. And they are both senior researchers at Laurentian University Behavioral Neurosciences program that's located in Sudbury, Ontario.
Pause this for a
Dr.
moment.
Persinger on the left is also my mentor and has
One
we've had
second,
a
let me get
mentor-protege
back for 1 second.
relationship for about, I'd say 13 years at this point. And
Yeah, I have magnets in my hat. Just wanted to mention that.
I know you put it on your own fucking hat. Alex has a hat. You have a hat. You know.
I also have a grounded wire inside my hat. See that? There was a scientist I saw doing experiments. Hold on a minute. With magnets, and what he did was he put a bunch of magnets in a ring with the negative pole facing in, and what he postulated with you'd have to watch the entire video, but he basically isolated time with magnets by doing them in a ring. There is a zone of no time, if energetically, if you can understand that. It's in
It's
the
something called the
magnetic field.
magnetic moment. It's called the magnetic moment, and
Okay.
it's how consciousness is recreated every, I think, 50 or 60 milliseconds.
Okay. So they're pulsing it then. Okay.
Yeah, it's like being pulsed in a way.
Okay.
You can think of it like that.
Yeah. Interesting. So yeah, right, Jillian, 0 point, right? Now I don't know if a magnet in my hat is helping for that, but yeah, I found other benefits from it. The negative pole of a magnet is healing on the cells of the human body.
None of that really matters, my friend. All that matters is if you subconsciously believe it's going to help you, then this is nocebo. Just like
I don't think it's going to help me, but that's not what it's for. So,
I'm saying
but it's
it could have an
interesting that
effect.
it's
None of this shit is
interesting the
real,
correlation.
though. None of this shit is real.
All simulation.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Even this conversation. Yeah.
I take a side trip to Inner Earth. Well, Inner Earth is under Antarctica too, as well, Emmett. So Okay, continue playing, please.
Yeah, the inner earth is very real.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll get back to it. The inner earth. It's like vitriol. Right? Visit the interior of the earth. You'll find the hidden stone. It's vitriol.
The first set of experiments that he did with this technology were done with a very well-known remote viewer named Ingo Swann. And the research paper said that he had formerly been employed by an unspecified US government agency. And there is a lot of speculation as to what this might have been. Apparently it was the CIA, but sitting behind the podium, I would like to say that I'm not completely sure. You never know who's going to watch the video, right? So 2 experiments were done with Ingo Swann. Actually, a great deal of work was done, but 2 of the experiments really gave us important information. In one of them, he sat in a room, an acoustic chamber, a darkened room. Actually, he had light, but the room door was still closed and he was in complete silence. And his task, his job as the experimental subject was to remote view a set of photographs. And he had no idea what the pictures were going to be or going to be of, but he would tell them when he was ready, and then someone in the next room would take out one of the pictures from a manila envelope and leave it on the table. The original research paper actually gave the length and width of the table, as well as the length and the width of the manila envelopes they were contained in. Very precise information. He had told them exactly where to put the pictures on the table. They gave him a fair amount of latitude. They weren't looking to prove that he wasn't a remote viewer. This was not a skeptical experiment. They were attempting to validate that he was a remote viewer and setting up the experiment to prove him wrong, but allowing him to set up the environment, to give himself the best chance, the best shot at doing his thing well. And in the other experiment, he was told to remote view certain researchers. He saw them in advance, he knew who he was trying to track, and they went out into areas around the campus of the university and into the town nearby, Sudbury, Ontario, and he would remote view them. Now, while he was doing either of these jobs, he was drawing. Ingo Swann is also a noted artist and actually has a reputation as an artist quite separate from his reputation as a remote viewer. And then 44 students who played no other role in the experiment whatsoever were asked to compare the pictures that he had been remote viewing and the drawings that Ingo Swann had made while remote viewing the pictures, and then to match them up as well as they could, to say in percent, kind of guesswork, but the failings of guesswork disappear when you have large numbers of people doing guesswork. Their read on whether this picture matched that sketch may be inaccurate, but the percent of congruence, the percent of agreement that they assigned to each one yielded solid numbers which could be analyzed. So that's how we go from very imprecise and difficult to pin down procedures like remote viewing to actual quantitative measurements. And this is one of the breakthroughs in this field.
Viewers in class,
it's not just that an amazing new technology been developed. It's not just that a researcher finally stepped forward, someone with real, with tenure and academic publications and putting their reputation on the line. It was also that a breakthrough in statistical methodology allowed precise measurements of imprecise phenomena, and that's something quite important. Dr. Persinger is many things to many people. Certainly he is many things to me, but where he really shines as a scientist is in this absolutely breathtaking mastery of statistics. So the results of these experiments were that the accuracy of the drawings he made while his remote viewing turned out to be much higher when he was being exposed to one of the 2 signals, and I'll show you that in just a moment. He actually, in addition to confirming and validating his remote viewing and stimulating and enhancing his remote viewing by this means, which gave a real, much clearer idea of what's happening in a brain when psychic skills are being exercised, they also tried to set him up to block his remote viewing skills. And they found that they were able to do it. I don't have a picture of it, and I wish I did. But what they did was they constructed a frame and put more of these magnetic coils around the edge of the frame. And then they ran a signal through all of these coils at once. And when they ran the signal, he wasn't able to remote view through this screen. So now there exists a technology that will actually screen remote viewing. And the signal that he ran, that was run through these, was very interesting. It was exactly the same as the signals that were run in the experiment, except that where the experiments were producing the signals under DOS, when it was run through Windows, there was this extra component added to the output. And that extra component, which had a kind of fractal, the chaos model in mathematics, is the only one that can describe the additional input that was put in. And when that was put there, then he could no longer remote view. And so they didn't just let him remote view and enhance it. They also found a way to turn it off. And that really lends a degree of certainty to all the experiments that wouldn't be gotten in any other way. It's not enough to make something happen to describe it scientifically. It helps a great deal if you can stop it from happening.
Have a good day, Toth.
So that was the first of these experiments that involved just the one subject. But there were other experiments done with this technology that involved other people, non-psychics, and this is important. The other subjects in this research that I'll be mentioning, none of them were trained psychics. None of them brought any additional skills, cognitive or emotional skills, into their participation in the laboratory. We were dealing with ordinary people with ordinary minds and looking to see how their psychic abilities might be turned on and or enhanced. And in one of these experiments, pairs of intimate subjects, brothers, sisters, mothers and daughters, twins, and married couples participated. And one of them, who did not receive the octopus stimulation, this circumcerebral magnetic stimulation, sat in a room and was shown pictures taken in the local area. So one might be a field, another might be a famous monument. So the other one, sitting in the darkened chamber, again, it's acoustically silent, but they had a microphone, and they were told to kind of free associate, share any thoughts, any feelings, any images that might come up for them while they were receiving this stimulation. And what they found is that the one who was looking at the picture and had been asked what memories they might have had with the other person while they were in that location or nearby, while the other one free associated with no control whatsoever. Then the moments when the subject who wasn't getting the stimulation and was looking at the pictures was compared to the moments in which the person's receiving the stimulation, again by 44 students, each of which gave it an approximate kind of guesswork rating for how well they matched. They found that the matches came up 2.85 times more than they would have by chance alone. The accuracy of their telepathic skills went up almost 3 times.
Wow.
Now that may not be enough to get you a world-class psychic like Ingo Swann, but it is enough to demonstrate that it's possible, under certain conditions, for human brains to share and transfer information between one another. And that's an important result. In addition, they found that, like Ingo Swann, when they were being stimulated with a chirp signal going around their head, their accuracy improved. And the interesting thing about this is that this is not a biologically derived signal. This one doesn't come from the brain. This one comes from a fairly normal kind of signal that a bit of laboratory equipment called a function generator, sometimes called a tone generator, can produce. So a box that could produce you a perfect musician's A, 440 hertz, can often produce this kind of signal as well. So there's no biological basis for the success of this signal. In another experiment, and here we see the coils lighting up to show how the fields rotate. This was another experiment involved only siblings, brothers and sisters, sisters and sisters, brothers and brothers. One of them sat in the room with the octopus on their head, getting this stimulation around their head. The other one sat in another room, and their brain was monitored with EEG, electroencephalography. And what they found was that when the person who was in the darkened chamber was asked to pretend that they were touching their brother or sister in the other room, the brother or sister in the other room, they had their EEG respond.
This is another app
Pretend you're touching your brother, and the brother's brain waves show it. Pretend you're touching your sister's brain waves showed it. Again, transmission of information between two brains. This time it didn't take any group of 44 undergrads to rate the pictures for extra credit in their psychology class. This time the EEG showed it, the times matched up perfectly, and there's very little room for skeptics or research critics to find anything wrong with this experiment. And as far as I'm aware, no one has published anything criticizing any of these experiments. And considering how outlandish the results are from the point of view of traditional consensual science, that's really saying something. Sometimes the scientific community really wows us by what they say. In this case, I'm really wowed by what they didn't say. In addition to that, there were several of these cases where the occipital lobe of the brain, including the sibling touching experiment, responded more than other areas of the brain. And that's kind of an unusual and unexpected result, because the information processing areas of the brain, as far as we know, are not in the occipital lobes, in the back of the head. The occipital lobes are actually primarily a visual processing area. So like any good research, it leaves us with a few unanswered questions that will allow further research. Now, the next result was...
This stuff gets super interesting, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
After it gets into miracles and how these, like, we've even seen some people on this community. I was talking to some lady here. She was in the military. She got poisoned or something by them.
Yeah.
And she was in like a wheelchair, and all of a sudden she walked out of it through what they describe, how it happens in the brain through electromagnetic field. Another guy, what's his name? Jay Phillips, or Lucid, whatever you want to call him, literally got half his head blown off, and he's still completely fine, you know?
Yeah, I saw that. I've met him, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a horrible thing. But yeah, he seems fine. Like, he seems just fine. Yeah.
Nothing really happened after. Weird. There's something else going on, right? Because consciousness is not local. It's being stored in the Earth's magnetic field, and you can access this.
They've detected a field around our body up to 55 feet. So we could have quite a bigger field than that as well.
Well, yeah, like even if...
it is really potentially infinite, because we can connect to everything.
Exactly. So, like, you can think about white light. Think about light right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, the fact that I just said it means it was an automatic action potential fired in your brain, and it could be actually measured not through the human eye, but through something called a photomultiplier. So there's something actually going on here.
Yeah.
And these fucking assholes know it. You know, the people running the game.
Oh yeah. That's why we're under such attack, I think. Everything they do from beginning back in the 30s onwards just seems to be to suppress the pineal, with the introduction of fluoride, to the changing of the tuning frequency for all musical equipment. Yeah, from 440 to 440, from 432. And now they've got the electronic weaponry they've been employing on us. My wife experienced a very brief, but severe depression because of exposure. I've experienced similar type things, where they augment your emotions. Other people end up doing shadow work again that they've dealt with things they've dealt with years and years ago, old pains. Um, we're under a constant assault. There's the lily wave to repeat emotions and thoughts back to you. There's constant mood suppression under different levels of power being emitted from cell towers and wireless. Uh, we are under such assault. Now they're attacking our food supply and our energy. It's a pretty intense war.
No, but in a way too, yeah. What you're saying, it's all mental. So also in a way, since we know about this stuff, right, it can have a greater effect upon us because we're kind of worrying about it.
No, I find it has a less effect. Knowing about it helps me fight it.
That's what I mean. So we
yeah.
can't like we have to be careful about like the words you say because it's called
be aware of your
spelling
thoughts
for a reason, right?
Be aware of your thoughts.
None of this shit affects you unless you allow it to.
Yeah. If you only give them positivity as a weapon, they can never use negativity on you, because that's what they do, is they mirror back negative emotions. They do have a general like a negativity generated, like a frequency that just generally will promote negativity, but they do target it as well to try to make it more effective. Generally you can fight it if you're knowledgeable about it, and or if you just have an attitude of constant positivity about you.
Okay.
Yeah, but when those negative thoughts come around, and for most people they will eventually, just over anything, like even just somebody crossing your path the wrong way, you might have negative thoughts and not normally have done that, and that's probably them attacking you. They go down to that type of a scale where they just have you agitated to a point where you'll react over the slightest offense.
That's why, like, with all these interactions, right, it's mental transmutation. So we can transmute this as mental output, right?
Grounding is important. Grounding.
Yes.
Changing
Grounding.
the electrons with the earth.
Yeah, I've even had to go as far as to make grounding devices like this, because you can ground. I can't ground up here very often.
Walk barefoot, and I think I heard it's good to walk barefoot. That's supposed.
Yeah, there's too many needles around here.
No.
You don't want to get stuck by some fentanyl and
No,
fucking AIDS into you.
no. I don't want to walk around barefoot in my city. It's mostly concrete too, and I'm not walking on the grass. It's either dog poop or needles. So.
Oh damn. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have much space to walk barefoot around here, so I have to ground in different ways. I've got grounding wires out of your outlet. You can do that as well. You can just hook a wire into the ground of your outlet. You can make a grounding device. This is just connected to the negative pole of the battery. That'll ground you out as well. Yeah, so many ways to do it. You can buy grounding mats. Good nutritional help in it, but
that's important.
The problem is that you're being electronically attacked. What they do is they're firing positive electrons at you, and what they do is they dance around on your skin until they find somewhere to burrow in, and they'll disrupt cells and cause all kinds of harm. So that's how they cause a lot of disease. I can show you PubMed. I can show you videos of doctors talking about it, about how they go to PubMed. Who's this? Oh, Cage. Okay. Yeah. So the effects are well known. They're documented. They can cause everything from itchy skin, cancers, diabetes. Diabetes is one of the major ones they cause, because the closer you live to a cell tower, the higher your blood sugar level is going to be. All the way up to.
Oh, sorry, Max, just with the diabetes part, it also has to do with what you're eating because the food is medicine. I think the frequency, the cell tower frequency, is just like a catalyst. It
Yeah,
catalyst.
it's an amplifier for people
Yeah,
who are susceptible to that type of a thing.
yeah.
There's actually a large, 2/3 of the South American population, female population, will have diabetes because of it.
Oh,
Yep,
I've read,
documented. That's just documented. That's it. So,
but
yeah, but they can cause everything up to psychosis as well,
oh yeah.
psychotic episodes. What we're seeing at these schools and things like that, those can all be caused by using electromagnetic frequency weapons.
One thing I've read a research that they have reversed people that are diabetic on insulin that have to take insulin shots. They have reversed it and they went, I think, 6 to 8 weeks. They changed their diet completely and they reversed the
Yep.
diabetes.
A lot of Native American Indians turn their diet around through or their diabetes around through exercise as well. Yeah, and diet.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's basically the
Yeah, you
food
can
is
do a lot for it with diet and exercise.
mhm, fasting, fasting
But
sometimes.
that's why they're promoting the sedentary lifestyle, right? Putting
Yeah,
people in front of video games and in cars, not walking, not exercising. And they're taking away a lot of natural spaces from us, too. So we can't get outside. We need a
but
rife machine. Cool.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
noticed. I like your background. You have the upside down Canadian thing. Underneath that, you have the four elements and the alchemical symbols of the elements. There's some alchemical stuff in the background. Something about the elements. That's your fucking office, huh?
Yep. Pretty
Step
much.
into the
Yep.
office.
Yep. Those are useful even in remote viewing because a lot of those symbols will be sent to people when they're remote viewing. Those are when astronauts went into space and they weren't as well protected uh, as they are now.
The
Apparently, they
Japanese
saw
shit,
those symbols, some of these ancient symbols.
for sure. Everything the mind works in symbols. But
Yeah.
what's with the background with it? Is it reminds you of some Japanese shit?
It was just something cheap that I bought. Yeah,
Some like Japanese thing.
yeah,
And
yeah.
there's something about Japan. Go remote view, remote view Japan. Look into that. Something going on there.
the
Maybe
mouth Fiju, I think it's called mouth Fiju. The if
Mount
you remote,
Fiji.
yeah, if you remote review Japan, look into
I have not. That's a good
if,
one. I'm going to write that down. Mount Fiji.
yeah, all the big mountains have something in it. Oh yeah, here's a story I came across. Um, Apparently, I heard it from David Wilcock too, and other sources. So apparently, it's true that I found out yesterday that it was in Angola. It appeared in Angola in the 1960s. There was a Jesus-like person that appeared in Angola,
Oh
and
yeah.
he was dark skinned. He performed miracles there, healed the sick, and gave food to the poor. And the story went around, and it reached like the people of the
Wow.
UN, and the people there were told to send mercenaries to kill him, and they went and they fire bullets, and he rejuvenated really fast. They couldn't kill him. So then the UN sent
Gotcha.
another group of people and tell them, hey, we have a seat for you at UN so you can talk with the people and give them your message. And he thought, all right, cool, I'm gonna give my message to the people. And he boarded a plane to go with them, and it was a setup. They shoot him, but he rejuvenates, and then they chop him up in pieces. And then they put his body parts in different radioactive boxes and spread it around the world and put it
Holy moly.
in flames. Yeah, the people of the UN. And the people, they went back to their offices and the CEO offices. And then 3 days, a few days afterwards, I think a week afterwards, the guy appeared in the offices where they are. They were all shocked. They didn't know what to do. And the guy told them, fine, you don't want my help? Okay, that's good. But in the future, I will be back and there's going to be more people like me and you don't stand a chance. Hopefully you're on the right side. And then he disappeared.
Wow.
That's like
Yeah.
that's like the Count of Count Germain or whatever. It's kind of like the
No,
same.
that's another one. Yeah, Saint
Mm.
Germain. Those are like ascended masters. I call them ascended
Yeah.
masters.
When the Christ, when you're ascended, there's no poison can harm you, no sword,
Exactly.
nothing can harm you.
That's very interesting, Alex.
I wonder if we all can achieve that.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah. It's because in the Tibet they call it the rainbow body, and I think the
Hmm.
Christian call it the golden body. There's different description of it, and there were many ascended master on this planet. I came to find out that Jesus or Joshua was a
Well,
powerful.
Alex, this whole ascended master talk comes from Blavatsky and the study of theosophy. If you look into it, this is where
No,
they
I
get the
haven't.
idea of the ascended master, and that
It's a pretty good term. I don't have any strict beliefs on that. I consider that just a really enlightened person.
Well,
That's
yeah. Blavatsky definitely has some good insights when it comes to stuff like that.
yeah. I'm reinterpreting
Book,
her stories as different.
a book I'd recommend. It's called the Secret Doctrine by
Mm.
Madame Blavatsky or H.P. Blavatsky, whatever you want to call her.
Mm. Okay.
Okay.
She came up with
No,
this ascended
Hi, Intergroove.
and something called the Great White Brotherhood, and these ascended masters like Jesus and everyone from like Jesus to the Vedic people, like to Buddha and all that.
Yeah.
yeah, I,
I
I
think
found
there's something sketchy about the Theosophical Society, but
There definitely is.
yeah.
I've not looked into that. I just I looked into the Tibet with the rainbow body. That's very real because there before they leave their handprint or their footprint in the rock. They manifest it in the rock. So there's
Mm.
actually proof there of their existence. And in
Yeah, there's the
Africa,
light body talked about, the rainbow body. Yeah,
yes,
it's basically the same thing,
yes. In
Yeah.
Africa, you also, what I understand, the first African ascended master was called Afra. That's where the name Africa came from.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, Afra, the ascended master. You have Saint Germain. There's many, but there's not much talked about them or so. You have also a woman ascended master, which I think, well, she's not the first one, which is Maria Magdalene. I think she was also ascended master. So it's not
And some
only
people
men.
would say that they were possessed of a spirit um, from outside. I kind of like
Oh,
that idea that these ascended masters would be kind of possessed by a spirit in a way.
uh,
It is kind of, if you think about it. The
well,
spirit,
maybe they were merging with their higher true self. That
they
they
all spark.
not that something is coming into
Oh, we
them
lost
like
Nina.
for voodoo, for example, voodoo, the dark voodoo, they're invoking something to take control of them, so they go into battle and they don't feel nothing. Voodoo,
Mm.
that I know with voodoo. But the ascended master, I only can think they're merging with their higher self, their perfect self,
Mhm.
direct connection with source.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Crowley would call it the guardian angel or whatever, right? Like there's all these terms, but really what it is it's all aspects of the mind, in my opinion.
I agree. Yeah.
So you can just name it whatever you want. I think it's all tricking. Like at the beginning of this thing we were playing, which we should play some more after. But remember the tests that they said they've done, right? When someone goes into a certain mind state and they have a specific magnetic field, this affects reality to the point where if you imagine tapping somebody on the shoulder, their brain lights up with that. And this is where you get magic and you get voodoo and all these other different ideas coming from, because it's like
All right.
picture
Thanks.
picture billions of wires all connected into the
Yeah.
magnetic field. Like
Thanks for
it's all
coming,
part of
Nina.
the system, you know.
It was great having you up, Nina. Thanks for coming. Nina's out. Yeah, there was an interesting comment. Theosophical society connected to the Baha'i. I can't say that one. The UN religion. That's a better way to say it. Yeah,
I don't know about that. They probably
I don't
connect,
know.
if you want to call it that. But, you know, back to the ball stuff. Baal, Moloch.
Buzzacino, how you doing? To ground yourself is to find your path. Without the path, the spirit flies free, and we must learn to walk before we can fly, lest we fly blindly away from our destiny. It's very poetic.
Yeah, he is a poetic person. I know Bob. He writes poems.
Very good.
Good to see you, Bob.
We got feeling the energy of life, for without feeling to create change, we are but thoughts in the darkness. Yeah, a lot of people think they. I don't know. What do you think of ascension to 5D or whatever it's called?
I think
Have you
that's
heard of
going to
that before?
happen.
Have you heard of that? 5D?
Well, yeah, like different dimensions, right?
Yeah, that we're going to ascend into 5D.
Really, I think it's something like, we all have a repertoire of existence, right? Like whatever this is, we are within this physical body, and it's almost like trying to explain to an ant,
Hi,
how to
Norman.
do math, right? You know how to do trigonometry or something.
Mm.
Like it's not in their repertoire. So like for us to try thinking about these things, like I don't think it's even possible for us to really truly understand what's going on. Right? We only see what we're able to.
Yeah. Well, the idea is it's basically like a heavenly paradise. And I don't know, I always think of it just like heaven, where you can create worlds and have all these great interactions. I don't understand why it would be so much different than heaven, uh, which is an old idea. But they want to rename everything these days, though. Epiphanies are downloads now. And I think, I don't know if that's it, if heaven is 5D or if it could be something different. I don't know. They do believe that they're going to continue, I think, in this body or this bodily form as well.
We're saying 5G or D?
D.
D.
Dimension. Fifth dimension. Yeah.
That's what I assumed.
Paradise, right, Norman? Yeah. See, it sounds like heaven to me.
Tesseract. Yeah. It's like it's beyond the 4D. So it's like we usually in the 3D we have the basic measurements, right?
Yeah.
This goes beyond that. So it's beyond the electromagnetic.
Well, beyond time, because time's the fourth dimension. So the fifth dimension is beyond time.
It's beyond Saturn, beyond the Saturn fucking thing, right?
The cube, yeah.
The fucking cube,
Yeah, but it's an interesting idea. I don't know. I think this is where we learn and grow and change our electrical signature of our soul. So I think living is a very important.
It's funny talking about the cube. Back to the cage. Back to the cage. It does look like a Japanese thing in the background, but it also looks like a cage that you're in a way.
Oh, okay.
Look at it like that. Like, look at it.
I'm really not that fond of it, but I don't really have anything else. My wall looks like crap behind that. So
it looks good to
That
me.
looks cool. It looks good.
The all chemical symbols posted up and shit. Oh man. Most people don't.
You might appreciate this. This is one of the basis.
How many people have actually asked you about that shit though? No one actually pays attention to anything.
No, sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. These two are very easy to understand. This one, that's like neurons, right? But it's actually the sky. This is our universe beginning to now, as far as they've tracked it, which I believe is just a torus field. I think they misinterpret it. This is actually light. That's a photon. And that's a photon separating the dark from the light. But
Yeah.
a lot of the ancient knowledge is based on that right there. A lot of the ancient writings is based on light, the knowledge of light, especially the creation stories.
Yeah, if we can get back to what I was showing earlier, they connected it in the lab with light, with actual light, which proves a lot more. It's crazy. So you're spot on with that. Like what you're saying is actually fucking proven. You know, people don't realize that though.
I got my knowledge from the ancient texts.
Yeah, they've known this for so long.
Yeah. All the stories, if you look at all the stories across all the cultures, they all have the same knowledge, but reading it from different perspectives will make it gleam out for you.
You get the whole of the
Yeah.
you get a little piece everywhere, and then
Yeah.
eventually you get the cornerstone or the keystone or whatever you want to call it, and all of a sudden things start coming together. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Learning from Santo Spinacci helped me a lot as well. His teachings, his early on teachings. He's kind of gone off the rails right now, apparently. Last time.
But yeah, I'm sure
A lot of people think that they got to him with his new friend. They call him a handler.
Oh.
Yeah, but his early teachings about astrotheology and the Christ inside, and that's all good, solid work.
Cage, we have Noah's asking, Caged, can you describe the Mason's black cube for the benefit of everybody? I could go a little bit into it. I could be here all day trying to explain it. But pretty much what it represents something in the Kabbalistic tree called Malkuth, which means the kingdom, represented by red. It's pretty much, yeah, if you want to call it some sort of
folds into a cross.
Yes, exactly. You already know what I was gonna say. The net of a cube is a cross. We all know this stuff. So you got the Kaaba. You know, the Islams have the Kaaba. The Catholics and the Christians have the cross. It's all the cube. The fucking the Jews have the tefillin or tefillin, whatever it's called, like the black cube they wear on their fucking forehead. Everything. So it just represents something called Malkuth and Kabbalah. In the Kabbalah.
The dark sun. Saturn, the dark sun.
It's Saturn, represented by Saturn, Kronos. The child, eating its own children.
Yeah, the cube just goes on and on with its symbology throughout cultures everywhere.
I love Max, bro. Max knows already. He already knows what I'm going to say. Because Max, I know you can read.
Yeah, I think we're in sync here.
You can read certain things. Like, yeah. You're gifted at that. Same with Alex, too. Alex has some of those powers also.
Hi, Ting Ting.
And inherently, everyone has them, but some people just... It's like
there's a cycle you can time with the moon that your pineal apparently works with. From when the moon is in your sun sign, that's the beginning of or at the end of the cycle or the beginning, whichever way you want to look at it. But if you follow all the practices that they teach, it's pretty simple, really. There's the 7 virtues and the 7 sins, right? Avoid the sins, promote the virtues, and it's there's the story. This all relates to like the story of the young virgins who had the oil, and those that saved their oil and those that spent their oil. And those that saved their oil reaped rewards, and those that spent their oil, well, they got old and died. And it works like that. It's live a good life, and your vision gets better. That's kind of a real no-brainer that they teach in these ancient texts. That's all for remote viewing or the connection to Christ and God. Well, connection to God through the Christ in their interpretation.
Like we have some people on this. We have a Discord, right? We used to. We have people on there. I could bring them on here, and they can tell you exactly what I'm saying is 100% correct, true. Yeah. It sounds unbelievable, but it goes beyond the remote viewing, right? We had somebody named Cool Breeze randomly appear.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm trying to learn about this kind of stuff. And, I never even like fucking asked about it. But while he was saying it, I kind of implanted something into his mind. Right. So he's like, so I'm like, we get in the conversation. I'm like, all right, so why don't you say a number from 1 to 100? And I already had it written down before I asked him the question. And it was 74. So I had the
Yeah.
74. So I'm like, so now you say the number. It's like 74. As soon as he said that, I turned on the camera, showed him 74 within like less than a second. I was like, and then he left and never came back. He was stunned. It was like, what are the odds of that? That's like impossible. If you look at it, set it up like he asked, like, that's supposed to be a 1% chance, but the fact that
Yep.
it's impossible, man. Like there's something going on there. You can easily do that shit.
Yep.
So now imagine
That's the thing. There are no coincidences
exactly.
in this world.
So I'm saying like people could weaponize that, and like you said, like
Yep.
they're guaranteed messing with people constantly.
But we do have the power to overcome it, I found.
Exactly.
So,
And the best way to know, like you can't defend against something unless you know it's doing it.
yeah.
Regardless of
There's
your
billions of people walking around being attacked right now thinking that their thoughts are their own.
But now
They're
that we
not.
know about it, it doesn't affect us. Now we can actually use it against them.
Yep.
In a way. Sure.
Yep. Yeah. People
Just send
around
it
me
back to the source.
people around me I've told about this have come to the realization, and they're happier people because of that knowledge. They're able to put that stuff away and get it out of their life. So
most of the thoughts you have aren't even your own.
Yep. That's what yeah, exactly.
Where is coming from? Your higher self? If you're aligned with yourself. Otherwise, you get it somewhere.
Well, the weaponized thoughts come from
the
you.
hard way, Alex. Yeah.
The weaponized thoughts come from you. They mirror them back. But when they developed radar, they actually found that they could collect your emotional states and your thoughts. So when you have a negative thought, they record it because they're constantly sending out pings to catch any data. So when they catch a negative thought, that one gets recorded and put back to you. So it could be a thought from 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Could be a thought from yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's very deep.
Yeah.
So pretty much it's like the somatic patterns, right? Action potentials that are fired, and certain specific patterns, it'll create.
Yep.
It'll replicate itself over
It'll
time.
resonate in your brain, and your brain will go along with that thought pattern. It's insidious.
It's firing synapses and action potentials and shit.
They promised us back in the 70s, popular science magazine said that we were all going to be happy when they had the wireless network because they were going to transmit a frequency that would make us all happy because they already knew they could do that.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you have people trying to play God, It doesn't really end well.
All their machine that they have, they can use it for good, but they choose it to use it for bad. It's with the heart. You can, for example, in the desert, it doesn't rain much. You can let it that it rains a lot there, so the plants grow. On places that it rains a lot, you can slow it down that it doesn't rain too much. You can use it for good, but everything is tampered with.
Yep. Well, they put us to sleep for many years, and and crept into every part of our society. These NGOs and depopulationists, and
Oh yeah,
they're here. And those what are they called? The genetics people, the eugenicists. They're everywhere.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a social engineering program, the eugenics, the
Yeah.
eugenic program.
So
So it is
Yeah.
it's
With
it's
that
happening. But
program.
what do we do to combat it? Right? They're trying to confuse everybody. It's
yep.
such a
But that's
multifaceted attack. It's ridiculous. And
Yeah.
for us, we're a bit older. We already know who we are. I'm more concerned about the younger generation, the people coming up in this world.
Yeah.
After, because they're going to dictate where humanity goes.
There is a huge
Eventually.
pushback. You haven't been in my lives, but in my area, there's huge pushbacks against that in the school system and publicly. Uh, you lived in Toronto. Okay, Hamilton is the opposite of Toronto. Yeah.
I've
So,
been to Hamilton. I know about Hamilton.
yeah, we're a little we're a little more in
No,
your
but
face.
yeah, I still live here because I have family. The only reason I never left is that my whole family's here. I grew up here, right?
Yeah, the
So
the
it's
CRT, the critical race theory, did not fly in our schools. The
nice.
masking, they brought the masking back in schools. That did not fly. Um, Actually, Oakville's doing great things. They had a protest, F. Trudeau protest at the Canadian Tire. I think it was probably the one on
I
Kerr
used to
Street.
deal with a woman that lived in Oakville. It's a lot of like really rich. It's more of like an upscale, richer area of
Yeah, I grew up there
Oakville.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was where I
Very
grew
nice
up.
homes there and stuff.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
very quiet
yeah,
there.
yeah. There's not a lot to do. It's Jokeville, as we call it, because there's nothing to do.
Remember that the drive-in movie theater around there
Yeah, the number 5.
on the
Yeah,
line, something line, whatever the
yeah,
street's called.
yeah,
That place, yeah, that's one good thing to do there, I guess.
yeah. If you had a car, I didn't have a car. So.
Yeah, well, that's fine, but
But
Yeah,
at
but
least
there's
the
been a lot
people
of
back in
pushback. So
to go watch a brainwash movie is like whatever.
that's good.
It's not really that that great either way, right?
Because I heard last now that they're preparing for the second round of the pandemic, and this one they're gonna go after the children. The children are the target. I don't know if they're gonna release one genetically deadly one this time, because I heard like in Ukraine they have
Well,
a lot of biolabs there, and
well,
one.
Alex, for social engineering, what they do is they go after the children, the women. That's always been the prerogative. But
No, but
what you're
I
saying is,
understand
I
that.
do agree. I think this entire thing, I don't even think I know for a fact what it was it was a massive data collection operation.
yeah, this was just a test
Seeing how
run.
seeing how people react to it,
Yeah.
and then it's phase one, if you want to call it that. Yeah, unfortunately. But, yeah.
But there's a lot of people that this everything that has done has waken up a lot of people. So the round two is not gonna go as they want to.
Round
And
two, phase two, it's over. Watch
in
phase three.
Ukraine also, they found about 30 biolabs there, and the biolabs that what they found out they were specifically genetically modifying virus to go against the Slav people. The Slav people, they're from Slovakia, Russian. So they're designing specifically to attack a certain race, and that's why they had to go in there to the
Well, I'm
bio.
saying they say this was released purposefully, which we already
It-
know it was.
yeah.
They didn't release something that deadly. They could easily release
Oh,
something that's gonna kill like half the people, and then
yeah,
but they can't do that. What they're gonna do is they're gonna do a fake fucking thing, see how much fucking shit people are gonna take,
Yeah.
how easily
See
controllable
now,
they are, gather information in order for when you really want to do something. Now you're gonna actually be able to control people, because you know how they're gonna react.
well, you saw the
Test.
people
well,
that went to buy
the-
toilet papers, and it didn't have nothing to do with making you go to the toilet. So
It's like
that was
priming
also
you into it. It's
there are
like
those
easing you
people that
into it
weren't
slowly.
experimented on aren't going to have any trouble. It's only those people that were experimented on. The first pandemic, the first wave of it was electromagnetically caused. That got people in to get the medication. The next wave will be the medication activated by electromagnetic frequency.
Exactly. You already know because
And
it
we
is.
are
We
and
could.
we are getting shedding. There is shedding happening.
And it has to do with magnetite and magnetosomes. That's
So
what I
they
was.
may be using that as well.
That's exactly what I was bringing up earlier, Max. It has to do with magnetosomes and magnetite in the brain. Because I can even show you a thing. It literally explains how they could use mRNA to turn on and off chains of magnetosomes at will. Therefore,
They packed so much into this medication. Oh my god.
It's fucking. We're living in a fucking whole movie. This is like some shit out of like 1984 George Orwell.
Some zombie fest. It'll be a zombie. It could be a zombie fest.
Oh yeah.
I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping that they were unsuccessful at getting enough into people.
I've already noticed people are like drones now who've been.
Yeah, what I understand the shedding part of the spike protein, that's another thing. But
the spike protein, mRNA.
Careful what you say, guys.
We're getting too deep now. It's like we're giving their whole this is no.
The Canadian government says that vaccines are safe and effective.
I got vaccinated. I love the vaccine. Everyone get vaccinated.
Is the best.
Okay.
Trudeau is the best.
All right, we're covered.
We're covered now. We're covered.
Yeah, what I understand with the shit shot, I mean, just call it a shit shot. When people take the shit shot, it's what
I like hairball medication. Hairball medication.
Hairball medication. The crown chakra is shut off. It shut down your crown chakra. You're connecting with source.
Yeah.
It's dark there on the top. The people that think in the shit shot.
Crown chakra is dictated by magnetosomes that can turn on and off with these spike protein mRNA vaccinations, which has been proven, and it developed since 2016, right before the shit was rolled out. So, 3 years.
It's amazing what you can do with electromagnetic frequencies and metals in the body as well. Setting up matrices. Even looks like they can set up chipsets.
Exactly, matrices. Max is a man that does his research, I could tell. Been a lifelong endeavor, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was one of those kids that read encyclopedias for fun.
It's fun to learn.
It is, and it's amazing that the knowledge and information that's out there. It's things you just wouldn't imagine.
It's right there too. That's the beauty of life, right? Like for me, that's what fucking makes me happy as a person. Learning new things.
Yeah, when computers came out, like with the user-friendly versions, I was just ecstatic with the search engines because I could just search up knowledge constantly, and then people started producing content with knowledge in it. I could watch videos with content, with actual knowledge and content in it. It was awesome, So yeah, the learning was exponential once computers came along.
Nice. Oh yeah, I saw Bree Freeman put about MAP, and yeah, I saw the documentary about the little ones. Are you talking about MAP? MAP meaning minor attractive people. That's another name. They're changing the name of everything right now. And
yeah, that's to be politically correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't hurt anyone's feelings.
Oh my God! Enough of that nonsense.
Well, yeah, we were talking earlier before. There's the hate laws being passed all over the place now too, so that they can jail you for your speech.
Well, that means that's just proving that people are fucking slaves. And if you can't have free speech, that means you have nothing.
Yeah. So. Yep. So it's already done in Canada. There's the one subject I can't talk about. I'm not allowed to talk bad about vaccines.
I talk about it all the time. I haven't faced any repercussions.
I've been struck by it. I've been struck by it.
Are we talking about these? I know what we're talking about.
We're talking about the hairball medication. I get struck for it.
We're not going to talk about it, but I'm saying I know what you're saying though. It's ridiculous, and what it's doing is destroying the family structure, and that's the main prerogative of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They use frequencies for that as well. I found a lot of times what they'll do is they like to, well, they vary it, but one of their favorite times to hit is dinner time. So when the family gathers together, they raise the levels to an agitation level of power, so that the family gets together, they're agitated. Then they do it around 8, 9 o'clock when people are putting their kids to sleep. That's another favorite time. And then when you're going to sleep around 11 o'clock, they like to hit you again. You know? Like they really go down to the detail, the minuscule detail of
Well,
life.
for most people, right? I don't live on their fucking schedule, so.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. I've worked at the electrical distribution company, and through the computer, if you have a smart meter, they will know when you're home. They know
Yep.
the price you put on everything.
Yeah, they
Smart
can
meter.
use that meter to turn off your smart devices too.
Yeah.
Man, it
Also,
gets deep. I'm
if you
telling
have
you, yeah,
if you have one of those, put a metal shield between you and it
like a
on the
Faraday
wall
cage.
inside your house or behind it on the outside of your wall. Unless if you have aluminum siding, you should be pretty good.
All right, fuck this shit. I'm going to the woods, living in the woods with a Faraday cage.
Yeah, I'm going to build a boat and go live on the water, eat fish for the rest of my life, eat trout.
That would be something.
Eat trout and make remote viewing videos. There you go.
That's hilarious, Alex. You work at an electrical company, distribution company.
Oh yeah, because I've done.
Perfect.
I've worked also at the
Yeah,
energy
they use
company.
that too. They use the wires. The wiring system is used to transmit something called the Lily wave, which actually gathers as well. It can gather information and transmit it as well. Brutal.
Yeah.
They're and they could use all these things to improve our life, to make us live for longer, live healthier. If we take this back, we can take it back in a big way. Like
Yeah.
your life could be amazing, an amazing experience, and it
It
really
is
wouldn't
for me.
it wouldn't take that much.
Like
Imagine
I should probably be one of
imagine
these
it being
people.
10 times better.
It's as good as it. There's no better or worse. It's just
Well,
you
unless
get
you're living in the middle of
peace
the
of
woods, then you have to deal with people every once in a while, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but people are fine. Like it's a
Yeah.
projection of yourself. It's like this.
Well,
It's like a
sometimes
dream.
people aren't, you know,
But it's a
get into a
projection of
big city,
yourself. Sometimes you aren't the
and there
best
are all
people.
kinds of hurting people. And what
I
if those people weren't hurting anymore?
I think they're a projection of yourself. Because
Okay.
to be honest with you, like think about a dream, right? You have a bunch of characters in a dream. They'll feel like they're external. They'll feel like they're talking to you, and it's something outside of you. But really, it's all a projection of the same thing, right? So
I think
Is
they
it?
project
Is it?
themselves. But,
I what they consider
being created by your own mind or by something else, like
well, yeah, I think
you know.
they're created by their own mind as well. So,
could it be in your
they're
dream you're
projection.
accessing another reality in the multiverse
Could
of
be.
yourself? Yeah.
Could be, but it's all a projection of off the source either way.
Hmm.
I don't know.
It feels external, but it's really a
Well,
part.
everything comes from source. That's
Yeah.
for
So
sure.
we're all.
What
It's like a
it does from
different
there is
aspect
up
of
to
your
it.
own psyche. It's a different
Yeah.
aspect of your own ego or your own mind, right? It's like a different facet.
So
You're
there's only
not
one consciousness, and it comes from you.
not me.
Oh, okay.
Well, it comes from you, but not you. You know what I mean? It comes from everything, but you can't really say where it comes from. It's not me,
Many
but it
leaves.
is you.
I think of it as many leaves, but one tree.
It's whoever's really conscious in the now, in the moment. So it's like it could be coming off of you. It depends on you.
Well,
Okay.
depends. You want to hear something? Uh,
Yeah.
what I heard that the elite does, because they have the parallel world too. They know about the multiverse. And when a person in this reality transition, that they're gonna do nothing for that person, they go access the other reality, bring that person back to this reality, the same person.
Hold
Together
on.
to
Say that again.
So let's say you're working for the elite. You transition, you pass away. They couldn't do nothing for you. They have a machine which they go to the parallel universe of Earth and get you there and bring you back in this reality.
Oh, okay. Sort of like a soul capture machine.
Well, they bring you physically, your body completely, not the soul. So
Oh, okay. Wow.
yeah, from the other world, another real world, the parallel universe of this one, parallel
Oh,
Earth.
okay. Oh,
Yes,
okay. Neat.
that's
So
what.
they jump dimension. They just go to a different dimension where you're still alive and bring that person over. Okay. Neat. Okay, that's a neat idea.
Is that where you came from, Alex? What the fuck happened to you, bud?
I know too far. I know with the timeline converging, like for the people that saying that the heart was always in the middle, they're from the new timeline. If the people know that the heart was on the left hand side, a bit more on the left, they're from the old timeline.
Chronokinesis.
Chronokinesis,
Hey,
changing
Lucky,
time.
how you doing?
The manipulation of time.
Yeah,
Yeah, we know time's not a constant. That's for sure. We can slow it down.
yeah.
We can speed it up.
It's like the time is like a circle. Everything comes back, like a circle,
Hmm.
going up. Or something. I don't know.
The
I don't know.
circle.
Every,
The
I
circle.
measure. I think of time as a measurement of change of energy. Right.
yes, yes, because with the chronovisor, the camera of the Vatican,
The
that
byproduct of consciousness.
Yeah.
they could have taken picture from the past, and they I think they go on the frequency of the past, the energy of the past that the machine can get into. So you're right. You can look at it as frequency energy. Each time and date has a certain frequency energy,
Yeah, it
and then
should.
tap
Yeah,
into
that
the
makes sense.
yeah. They
Yeah.
they t- they supposedly took picture of Joshua, which is deep,
Oh,
but that
wow.
was hidden. Yeah, that's hidden. It's
Hmm.
called the coronavirus.
Hmm. That's
Yeah,
amazing. I suppose there would be some way to tap into the frequency of each time. Yeah.
yeah,
It would have a signature.
yeah. The resonance.
Cool.
Yeah,
That gives us a little more insight into the connection that we have, right?
yeah.
To the knowledge and information.
I kind of entered your mind, Max. I could tell. It's a labyrinth.
Hmm.
Labyrinth
Oh,
of
yeah.
the mind.
I love remote viewing the past with class. It's awesome because you like the first time we did uh, the flood was amazing. Like we were at actually it was Atlantis and it was hilarious. Everybody was going boats. I see boats. I see boats. I see water. We were at the flooding of Atlantis at the end of its time period. You know,
That's
it's
cool.
it's just amazing the responses people give, how accurate they are.
Here's
Just
something that
look
popped.
and
Oh,
stuff.
sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, Alex. What were you saying?
Oh no, here's something that I came across too. Maybe Max can look into it with remote viewing. Is the length of Africa? It seems like the length of Africa, if you tilt it a bit up, it's like half a skull. The under jaw is
Oh,
not big, and the skull above is like broken.
looks
Like
like a big horse head to me now.
big horse head.
The
It
elongated
seems like a big skull,
Yeah. Okay, I'll have to
human
look at
skull.
that. Okay.
Yeah, but with
I
the
know
jaw
the image you're
like this.
referring to, Alex. I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Cool.
And South America the same. So if there was a really from a skull, how big was it? Those humans, they do a
Oh, they were
calculation.
huge. They
Yeah,
were
they
huge.
will
I don't
probably
know. Typhon was 1,100 miles long, and Zeus killed him. So I imagine he'd be, a few miles high. He's got to be, at least 10, 20, 50 miles high.
no, I think about 30,000 miles.
30,000. I don't
Yeah,
think that.
yeah, it's not on this planet. It couldn't be on this planet. It
Yeah,
was
it could have been
literally
from a different planet. Yeah, it couldn't have existed here, probably.
too big.
The creatures I can find that existed here are relatively decent size for walking around on the planet. Like Typhon's head brushed the stars, they say. So he was one of the biggest. And then there was Seven Macaw, absolutely massive. That's just North America. So that was a huge bird. Wow. Yeah. If he was like 30,000 miles, he would have come from somewhere else. And oftentimes, like I find dragons, finding people. I found Devil's Tower there. The human there, I think, is about 30 miles long. We found one that was, there's some that are 3 states long. So I guess that a state's around, let me see, how long is that? In a second here. I do a lot of mud fossil searching on Google Maps. So, let's see, Grand Canyon.
Yeah, it could be. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of information about giants. There was one person that recorded one on a mountain and then he disappeared. The account got
Oh, yeah.
closed up. Yeah.
I saw a video of giants on a mountain. So, yeah, 600 to 800 miles tall of a person from Wyoming to Minnesota.
That's big.
Wyoming to, did I get that right? Wyoming through Colorado down to New Mexico. Yeah. So 3 states, there's a person that big. So about 600, 800 miles.
You call that a titan? That's a titan. Then,
yeah, that'd be a titan. That'd be one of the first ones.
Yeah. I heard
The first ones were huge.
Yeah, that's huge. I heard that the Russian Spetsnaz, the special forces, went in Syria to go after the what do you call the ISIS group. They were in a cave. They found them, and then they decided to continue in the cave, and the cave became larger and larger, about 100 meters tall. And then when they went deeper and they encountered, they said they were Anunnaki beings about 5 meters to 15 meters tall. And only one escaped. Only one of the soldiers escaped. All the other ones were captured.
I remember that. That's the Kandahar giant.
Oh no, that's another one. That's the Kandahar
okay,
giant.
It's a different one. Okay.
Yeah, that happened in Afghanistan.
Oh yeah. Okay.
This one was in Syria.
Oh wow. Yeah. So
Yeah.
here's the giant in the middle of the states. Now I'm not too sure on this one, but other people do believe that this is a giant running from the top of Wyoming here all the way down to the bottom of New Mexico. I don't know if you guys can envision that, but there it is.
Well, I can see the structure you're saying, but
so there would be the head. Oftentimes there's just a depression left. This is actually just a depression left in the earth because the bodies get washed away sometimes. But yeah, that was apparently a 3-state-long person. Devil's Tower is a person as well. I forget how tall he is. He's pretty tall. Let me just check. Utah, not in Wyoming.
Oh, they're Wyoming.
It was Utah, but there it is. Okay. I'm from Canada, so you got to give me a little bit of leeway.
None of us are from America.
Yeah, he's lying to the person is lying to the right-hand side of it. I'll show you where the head is, where the head rested.
But this is complete nonsense. Come on, man.
Maybe, maybe not.
I think this like this
So
whole
that's where
biblical
the
thing
head
with the
rests.
Nephilim, the Nephilim, whatever. It's all allegorical.
No,
Like,
Okay.
I don't think so. The they have encountered Nephilim
So
on this
the head
planet.
here
Oh,
is on the right. So he's around a mile, let's say 2 to 3,000 feet. Okay, let me show you something. Now, let me show you a few things. I love showing these. So I'm going to tell you that Libya is a labia. You're going to laugh. Laugh, it's funny. But I'll show you why I think that. There is in the middle of this screen the shape of a labia, in a way, even with a little hoodie up the front here. But I'll show you some other stuff, because you won't understand what a bony fish genitals look like, because dragons have bony fish genitals.
what the fuck are you talking about now, Max? What?
Right.
Lost me.
What does that
What?
look like to you?
What? Bony genitals? What the fuck?
I'm not going to mess your brain up too much. Hold on. What does that look like?
What are you talking? Looks like a sperm cell or something, bro. Like a little
Yeah.
fish, a tadpole.
Well, that's why I mentioned genitals. Okay, this is in a field on planet Earth full of structures exactly like that.
Standing on the shoulders of a giant's cage. That's what you're saying.
Okay. That
Desert Rose has
structure,
some cages on the panel.
that
Yes,
structure is 1 mile long. You know what a fetus looks like. If you don't, I can explain it to you. It often looks like an elephant head.
I know what a fetus looks like.
Okay.
A little alien.
Okay. So here we have what I believe could be a fetus. Here's the head with the elephant-like front on it. You can see where the eye would be. Here's even what could be the cranial cavity
I'm
with
gonna
some of
start
the
putting.
skull left.
What are those like those blot things in
I
psychology?
love doing this to people.
You know, those like blot things in psychology where you can
So,
get.
okay, if you follow the body down the spine, this is where I believe the heart would be, that red spot there. And then you have the intestinal area where all the different fluids would come out. You usually get black, green, and red. And I can show you that pattern all over the earth. It's fun. It's called mud fossil research. I don't know if you've heard of that before. This one's pretty cool. Now, out of that egg may have come some creature, possibly looking something like this. Now, it might be a little hard to see.
You should have remote viewed me before you let me in, Max. What are you doing?
I love doing this. So this is what I believe is the remnants of a dragon, a dead dragon. Now, let me show you why I think that. Oh, oh no, I won't show you more genitals or anything. I can show you genitals all over the earth. What I've done is I've looked for repeating patterns. And my fucking Christmas present one year was genitals. I was finding dragon genitals everywhere. But here, let's look at a fish for a moment. I know it's hard to see. Can you see
Max,
a
what the
shape
fuck,
like a
bud?
fish?
Come on, bud. We should continue the neuroscience shit about remote viewing. At least it validates.
I have remote viewed some of these. I have remote viewed many,
At
few
least
of
it
these.
validates like what you're talking about. This shit just is out. Come on, bro. This is a fucking an image. Where does this image even come from? Did you take this
Google
image?
Maps. That's Google Maps.
So it's nonsense. Fuck Google.
I love showing this.
Go remote view the Google CEO. What are they doing right now?
Oh, I don't know.
They're
They're evil.
sacrificing a fucking.
They're probably evil. I don't want to remote view them.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, I believe that. Anyways, the whole point of that is that I believe there were giants on this earth on Monday, and lots of chimera creatures and other things. If you read the ancient Sumerian creation stories, the story of the creation of Earth, they talk of giants and chimeric and all chimeric creatures, dragons and all that. That story is repeated through other cultures.
I don't know. Personally, I believe it's an allegorical thing, right?
It is. It is that as well. It is that as well. They wrote on multi-level.
Yes.
They tend to put astrological, alchemical, and moral teachings in what they do.
For sure.
There were giant dragons too. Giant dragons.
But
I know.
yeah, the more I research, the more I find the ancient stories are probably more truthful than we believe on the physical and the spiritual level.
Yeah.
So who's down to you guys? You want to go on an escapade? We can all go on a fucking little escapade. Well, let's go hunt some giants and fucking dragons. Let's get some. I'm trying to eat one. You guys ever had a giant T-bone steak out of the giant or the T, like, you know, a nice steak out of the dragon, right? Some reptilian meat.
Yeah, that'd be nice. People have eaten mammoth. They found frozen mammoth, so you never know.
And they generated it back. Yeah. They generated back the mammoth burger.
Yeah,
they generated it back in the lab.
I'm pretty sure with the technology they have now, and they're finding a lot of frozen animals in Antarctica.
They mix like a mammoth DNA with a fucking like an egg from a fucking elephant or something. Incredibly.
Yeah, they claim they want to try to repopulate the north of Russia.
Really?
With mammoth, yeah. They think that'll help out somehow. I don't know.
I think that's gonna backfire on them. There's nothing else to do.
Well, if they do well, there's certainly a good supply of meat, right? You know.
Yeah, but it's not natural. It's GMO.
I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. I say give it a try. I'd love to see a mammoth. I think that'd be cool.
Well, guys, haven't you heard? The sun is warm now. Why don't you all shut up and start eating the bugs, okay? For the environment.
Don't you want the bugs? I do. They sound delicious.
Cockroach burgers for you.
Yeah, right?
Cockroach cocktails. Yeah.
Just up the road from me in London, Ontario, they just made the world's biggest cricket factory. You know, there are food processing plants and distribution places going up all over the place. How come that one hasn't gone up?
They make cricket flour in that. Yeah,
I guess the power of the cricket poop keeps it from going up in flames. I don't know.
Yeah, they're starting that with the children. I saw a news in Australia. They're pushing it on the children there to eat like those cricket things.
Yeah, in the UK they're giving them like chips, cricket chips.
Yeah, you see, they're starting with the children. They're the future. So brainwash them.
They put it in a nice chip form, so it's, you know, you can just flavor it however you want. And kids are dumb; they'll eat it.
Yeah, and filled with parasites.
They don't know. Yeah, and feces. Like you're eating the entire digestive system of a bug, and the shell. Like, God, that's disgusting. You have to devein and deworm shrimp and stuff. You don't eat the whole shrimp. You don't eat the whole cow. You know. I don't eat cow poop.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, eating bee says eating scorpions too. Yeah.
You know, maybe if they de-shelled and deveined them, I don't know, they might be, you know, something to eat. But until they do that, that's just disgusting. You know, that's like taking a whole shrimp and without shelling it or anything and just chomping it down.
It's gonna make us weaker.
Oh yeah, it'll give you your asthma. It'll give you asthma, arthritis. It'll do all kinds of shit to you. all the chitin, what is it called, chitin in there, the shells, those are bad for your lungs, bad for your everything. Causes inflammation throughout your body. Inflammation is the cause of all disease. There you go.
Yeah, seems like they're working in cahoots with the pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, you know, if they really loved us, they'd grow us some worms or something.
Ah,
You know,
sure.
or maybe even what about building greenhouses? Wouldn't that make
Uh,
sense? You know,
you see,
making
talking
industrial
about
greenhouses,
now that
hydroponics.
now
You
you
know,
mentioned that,
just fucking
you,
process those plants right through.
what the fuck, Max? If they really loved us, they grow us worms or something. What the?
You know,
no,
well,
but
worms are actually nutritious and don't have any harmful effects on the human body. But you
oh,
know,
okay. I
because they
prefer
want to feed
chicken.
us, they want to feed us something disgusting to make you feel, you know, lower than them. So you're not like going to eat beef or anything, right?
You know, you know what I see is taking trend now is the electrical culture or farming, electrical farming.
Oh yeah,
A lot of people are going into that. Yeah, I see. Yes.
electrical
Well, if it
farming.
comes down to it, I call Alex's wings. Okay, I call his wings first. I'm gonna eat those first. You can have the rest of it, Max.
Ah, doing.
What kind? What is electrical farming? Like, what do you
They
mean?
use they use copper.
Oh,
Copper.
okay, yeah. I've heard of that. Yeah, copper on a stick, planted
Yeah,
into the ground, and
yeah.
it
Or they
helps
put
the plant grow better. Yeah, I've heard of that.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah. So a
I'm
lot of
trying to
things that they
promote people use Ormus. Ormus was
over there.
originally invented or originally discovered. It wasn't really invented, but discovered because a farmer was looking for what was missing in his soil, and it was the micronutrients that he got from orbitally rearranged monatomic elements. So it was the micro elements that were stripped out of the soil. So that's something I'm trying to tell people about too. You can make a good version of it with sea salt and magnesium, and
Oh,
I put it in my soil as well. It really does help. I did the test difference of one soil without, one with, and it was a big difference.
sea
The
salt. The
yeah you
ormus.
yeah you dissolve sea salt in. I use Himalayan sea salt. You dissolve it and don't use powdered. Get a raw chunk because anything else is going to have separators in it. So
Well, I'm gonna check the sea salt of Bonaire. I don't know if you can look up Bonaire Sea Salt Hill. You will see a big white hill. It's in the Caribbean, and they have
oh,
like
okay.
how do you call that? A lake, and the water is pink.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they they're
Yeah,
one
but
of
Powder
the
the
all you
salt
do is
first. The
dissolve.
salt lick thing for animals is the big thing of salt.
Yeah, the cowlick, right?
That cow
Yeah,
lick shit.
yeah. So you dissolve the salt in water and you extract it with magnesium. Like Phillips milk of magnesium works fantastic, and it draws. There's over 140 minerals in there that are all in a good proportion for life. And yeah, you put that in your soil, and the plants will grow fantastic.
Well, that's interesting because in alchemy, right, there's something called the Tria Prima, or the three ways of consciousness, and they break it down to salt, mercury, and sulfur.
Mm.
It's kind of the same idea. There's
Yeah,
something.
there's the salts of life, the 12 salts uh, of life that we need too. That was something that Santos brought up. What are they called? I don't have the exact term, but there's 12 salts that our bodies need.
12 different salts. Okay, okay.
Hmm.
I wonder what type the one in the Caribbean is because I wanted to go to that island and just check a box of the salt. Like,
Yeah,
Max, can we play a
yeah.
bit more of this video that I have?
sure.
I'm sorry, Alex. Yeah. But
No,
that's very
no, just
true. What you're
no.
saying, Alex.
I'm looking also into the Ormus with the sea salt. I think the one in Bonaire is a good quality, but I have to
Hmm.
experiment, see
Yeah,
what
check
type.
the quality. And
Yes.
there's gold ormus too. That's good for your enlightenment as well.
Well, even
Oh yeah.
even thinking like energy drinks, right? They have
That's
sugar, they have salt, and they have like electrolytes in them.
yeah.
The salt definitely has. You need a certain amount of salt, but not like the regular table salt you get.
No,
Iodinized salt.
no, that's sodium chloride. That's terrible for you.
Oh, so, Max, out of the salt, do you think you can get the monatomic gold out of the salt?
Yeah, I think there's some in there. There is some gold in there. Yep, it's in there. So yeah, there's other monatomic elements as well. Yep. You can just type in minerals in Himalayan sea salt, and
I have some right
yeah.
here too. Yeah.
I suggest you don't use any granulated to do
Yeah,
this.
the chunks, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you got to use chunks, large chunks, because they'll put separators in it. They'll say that it's just salt, but it's salt and separators because otherwise it'll clump.
It's interesting. The pink one, right?
Yep, there's tons of minerals in the salt in the gardens. Any dirt, really, you can take almost any dirt and dissolve it down with acids and bases to a monatomic state where it's actually beneficial to you. It becomes white powder.
I haven't heard
Yeah.
of that about that milk of magnesia, the salt. I haven't heard
Say
of that
that.
one.
Say
The
that
milk
again.
of magnesia you're talking about?
Yeah.
That's usually used for
Stomach
nausea,
ailments.
and
Yeah. Yeah. You can use other things. You can use lye. You can use borax, I believe. There's one method. But Philip magnesia, really, you can see it very easily. And everybody's kind of deficient
So
in
lye
magnesium anyway. So
hydroxide, right? So what is it, like an acid base extraction?
it's an alkaline extraction.
That's interesting. Yeah, I've never experimented with stuff like that.
Yeah, it's great. I also make colloidal silver and gold. You can buy generators online for that to easily make it at home.
See, I know about colloidal silver
Yeah.
because I know
I also
it's used to feminize seeds.
Oh, okay. I also make colloidal titanium as well.
Hmm.
That's a fun one to make. Yeah, all that kind of stuff's good for you. And
Oh yeah.
colloidal
The
gold,
gold
yeah,
organic chemistry, yeah.
yeah. Because you're getting all like with salts. If you're taking Ormus, you're getting pretty much every mineral for life.
Like I wonder what you're gonna extract out of the salt if you did an acid base extraction, because usually an AB extraction is used to extract alkaloids. I'm not sure what that would pull out of it, using.
Well, what it does is the magnesium bonds to all the elements and pulls them down to the bottom. So you can easily check with a laser to see if the water is element free. So that's how I test if I've got the right amount of magnesium. And it takes about 2 to 3 hours for it to settle as well.
So what do you use, like Epsom salt?
No, I use Phillips milk of magnesia.
You're saying the milk, yeah, you said that earlier.
Yeah.
But I know, like even for like DMT, for example, if you want to create DMT fumarate, it's a process using
Oh yeah, I've been gonna look that up. Yeah.
It's a process using magnesium too.
Okay.
So there is something there with the magnesium.
Yeah, I wonder if I ran it through the monatomic process of breaking it down again. Like break it down with an acid and an alkaline. You raise and lower the pH a bunch of times, and with gold, it's cool. It starts to change colors from like a red to a purple, then it goes black, and at the end of the process, it goes poof to white instantly. It's really cool.
Like I've made a certain thing with cannabinoids right? And DMSO.
Okay.
And you kind of heat it in a certain way, and you get a specific reaction when the cannabinoids react with it. And it turns green out of nowhere. and then turns back to a normal color after.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's interesting. Like, I have no idea. I don't think anyone's even done it before. It's like, you never know what you're doing. Like, it's alchemy, right?
Yeah, you got to just try it, right?
Who's gonna be the guinea pig? That's the thing.
Yeah, there's lots of videos on YouTube on how to make sea salt ormus, though, if you're interested in making that. It's not that expensive, and I found some real big benefits from it. Hair growth, nail growth was the external. I don't know what the internal
I've
was.
heard of that. I've heard of it before, and
But,
it's some sort of alchemy, right? Like I think if you put that much effort and convinced your subconscious mind enough, you could just drink distilled water and probably have a better
possibly,
effect.
yeah.
You can do that too, the placebo effect.
Yeah, I think it's a part of your fucking brain. You know?
Yeah. Well, there is absolutely some truth to that. I'll tell you why. My wife, I've asked her to put the water, just to change the water of the colloidal elements that I'm making, and just her interacting with the water changes what the outcome is. It ends up totally different, because when I do it, the water ends up being a purplish color. When she did it, it almost looked green. It was very bizarre. So she doesn't do the water, and it tasted really weird. Neither of us liked it. So she doesn't change the water or touch it at all.
Max, are you familiar with the work of Dr. Emoto, the scientist?
Oh, yes, very much so. Very much so. Yes. Hi, Morgan.
Hello. Yes.
Good to see you.
Hello, Morgan.
Yeah, we have a huge effect on everything we touch, everything we come close to.
You've seen what happens to water.
Yes, yeah. Hey, you tell me. Yeah, hi, Kim. Yeah, that's some direct effect I can personally say that I have experience with. That yes, we changed the water. That's why you should thank your food, thank your water.
Oh yes.
You know, I get up in the morning and I thank the universe for being, and Allspark or God or whatever you want to call it, for my existence and for every beautiful thing that I see.
Yes.
Well, exactly. And it even shows why a lot of these religions have like the blessing of the food before you eat it, and that because they know about that stuff.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Yeah.
People overlook that.
DMT breathing techniques. Yes, we produce DMT on our own, so we don't really need to ingest these things.
Should I play a little bit of this? It gets
Sure.
really interesting. I'd love to hear your guys' input on it. You know, tell me when to pause it.
All right.
Wasn't published. I received it as an email from Dr. Persinger, who talked about how one person, in this case, they had two octopus setups. Both of them were receiving the brain stimulation. And what they did was one of them sat in a room and looked at a flashing light. The other one sat in another room, again with octopus stimulation and EEG. And what they found was that when the light was flashing for the one subject, the EEG of the other subject responded. And
I have to go grind some pot. I'll be back in a second.
Oh. We'll continue when he gets back. This is a really interesting part.
Oh
We'll
yes.
get into how this information is actually transferred through even actual light. Like, you don't have to think about anything physical. Yeah. What have you been saying, Morgan? Everything good, brother?
Well, yes. Very positive week. I've been, dealing with a corrupt, government landlord. We had a building, and we were in it, and a new guy bought it, and then, started, charging way more for the apartments. But the people that were already here, we're grandfathered in, meaning the law says no, they're there and they're already there. They get their apartment and what they're renting it at, and that carries on. So he started harassing us to try to get every one of us out, along with all the other people, like on disability. and the police weren't helping at all, except he kept on doing it, and I kept on being persistent, until finally I got him issued a warning. So that's good.
Way to go.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that.
I'm
Sure,
very
I'm sure
pleased.
things will go for you, bro. You know.
At least he'll stop harassing you now.
Yes, indeed. That's,
Yeah, he was
and it's able
way
to
out of
educate
his.
myself. Yes, a
Yeah,
lot.
he was way out of his jurisdiction. So.
Oh yes, exactly. Really just needed somebody to break the ice so that it's like, okay, he's blemished. Like, you get it. I needed, like,
Yeah.
it's like, look, because until I got that, other people could still say, oh, you were doing this and that, and it's like, no,
Yeah.
so that was really good. Also because um, the parallel that it has to my source, like creator, what I feel is the words of creator when they say, continue to be persistent, but don't be a shithead. Like, to me, like
Yeah.
be persistent, don't be a shithead. Continue to be persistent, because you're gonna find some people that they just like to do their job. It's what they do. They're bored, So when you activate them, they're like, "Oh, this is what I do." So as long as you don't kind of screw those people, they'll transfer the light message across the thing, without it having to be forced or even really thought of. It's just going to do it naturally, and that's nice.
You catch more bees with honey than you do vinegar, right?
You do, you do, you
Absolutely.
do. Yeah, so, very nice. Yeah, and then
Practicing patience. Yes.
yeah.
Let me play this quickly because this is a very interesting part here.
EEG. And what they found was that when the light was flashing for the one subject, the EEG of the other subject responded. And the reason that this is important is because whereas all the previous research in this field worked with human brains, transmission from one brain to another, examining the brain of a person while they're remote viewing actual people, this was doing it with a flashing light, something that has no personality, no personal vibrations or aura or anything like that for a psychic to lock onto. This was direct transmission from one brain to another. And when he closed the email to me about this, which I found terribly exciting, he said that when the experiment was over, we then drank a toast with Diet Coke and realized that we were at the brink of a shift in paradigm. Now, the device that I've been discussing so far is the octopus, the circumcerebral neural stimulation device, Persinger and Koren. This is the Shiva device, and the Shiva device is my own invention based on Dr. Persinger's technology and developed with his full cooperation and support. I probably had
Okay, so we all got to get a
easily
Shiva
half a dozen
device.
conversations with him over the phone in which he explained and re-explained the parameters for the signals, the way they rotate. As they rotate around the head, they don't just move from coil to coil. They move from one
much is
coil
that
to
gonna
another
cost
at, let's say, a speed of 10, then a speed of 12,
That's right.
14, 16, 18, 20, with the length of time over each area
Yes.
increasing as it goes along. So the signals are changing, the magnetic fields are changing. They're getting weaker and stronger with each passing millisecond. And the rate at which it moves from one coil to the next continually changes. I have a question.
Would you mind touching on the difference between magnetic and electromagnetic?
Yes, I'm very happy to do that. Magnetic fields are a field phenomena. And I'll go over this part quickly because it gets a little boring. But energy in the vocabulary of science is whatever a body, a mass, or a system has that allows it to do work. And work is defined as anything that changes where a force is being applied. And a force is anything that changes inertia. Now, magnetic fields are a force. Electromagnetic radiation, things that happen in electromagnetic frequencies, are energies. And it's an important distinction to make with respect to understanding this technology, because electromagnetic can include things like microwaves. And you don't want a microwave wrapped around your head, whereas magnetic fields are perfectly safe. And as I'll be describing shortly, we're immersed in magnetic fields all the time. Most importantly, the Earth's magnetic field, constantly. So that's a very good point. Now, the design for this somewhat complicated arrangement of changing magnetic fields and moving magnetic fields comes from a factor that's at work in the brain called the binding factor. And the binding factor reaches the surface of the brain from a structure deep down in the brain called the thalamus. And the thalamus operates to unite all of our sensory input, everything from our eyes, ears, nose, tongue, our skin, even our internal senses. How do you know when you have to go to the bathroom? How do you know if you've eaten something you shouldn't have? How do you feel that it's your stomach? You know it's your upper intestine, not your lower intestine. These are all on an equal plane to the thalamus. All of them are input from the body, from our eyes, ears, our viscera, and so forth. But in addition, two other things get put on an even keel, on an even footing with our senses, and that is our thoughts and our emotions. And the thalamus unites all of this into a single comprehensible entity that we can experience as the input to ourselves. And the binding factor runs from the front of the brain to the back of the brain. Now, this is very much slowed down, but it shows you the kind of movement that it makes. And I don't have an illustration that will do it, but if you can think of that big button in the basement of the brain that you just saw as the source of this, this activity, and that it's kind of sweeping up from the bottom and back across your head over and over again.
What was that device called again?
Then you'll have a kind of image of the binding factor.
And the octopus.
Among neuroscientists, it's often called the 40 hertz component, and that's because it crosses the brain in this way 25 times per second. It has a distinct speed. The reason it's called the binding factor is because it tends to bind together all of the input that comes to us in a way that allows us to be conscious of it, whether in whole or in part. And so it's gotten the name the binding factor for consciousness. Now, in my own work, thinking about this and developing a technology that works with it, I want to add something to that, and that is that it also tends to bind us as individuals to our normal repertoire of states of consciousness. You have a range of states of consciousness. Ingo Swann can close his eyes and he can see what's going on with missile silos in Siberia. I can't do that.
Sure.
What's the difference? In one state of consciousness, you can do that. In another one, you can't.
Not as well.
That state of consciousness is within his repertoire. It's not within mine. There are enlightened masters who can put their hands on your heads and make you see God. The skill and the state they have to be in order to do that is in their repertoire of states. But it's not in mine. I can't do that.
You can train your mind.
I've been able to stop a couple of people's headaches, made a couple of aches and pains go away back in the days when I was trying to learn spiritual healing. But I never even got close to what the real masters can do. So how does this technology work with the binding factor? The magnetic fields, the magnetic signals are circulated around the head. As you view the head from above, they go counterclockwise.
Is to practice remote
viewing. The binding factor runs front to back. And that means that as these signals are over the right side of the brain, they're running against the grain of the binding factor. And when they're running over the left side of the head, they're running with the grain. So they're not trying to push the binding factor out of the way on the left side, and they are pushing it out of the way on the right side. And the speed at which the signals move from one pair of coils to the next is actually set by the speed at which the binding factor moves. by coming in at around the same speed, not exactly, but at close to it, the brain can become just a little confused about the state of the binding factor.
Might be
And
fun to
what that
buy one
means
and
is
pass
that
it around.
while
or
this is
something.
happening, and for a time afterwards, as I'll be getting into, you are no longer bound to your habitual lifetime repertoire of states of consciousness. What you can do with your consciousness when you're receiving this kind of stimulation, this kind of input, very much amplifies. The binding factor locks you into the person you normally are. And when you alter it, when you perturb it, when you make some changes in it, you can become temporarily a somewhat of a different person with a wider range of cognitive skills. So here's another illustration that shows the movement of the signals, and there you can see the magnetic fields sort of jumping up and down over each position. I would have liked an illustration that changed the speed as it went around, but you can't imagine what a nightmare of computer graphics work that would have been. So the other point about all of these experiments that I haven't mentioned yet is that there was a further response, not just to the signals, but also to the Earth's magnetic field. And what they found in looking over the results of these experiments was that the subjects had a more robust response. Their narratives, their free associations while receiving the stimulation tended to match what the other person that they had come to the lab with more closely when the Earth's magnetic field was quiet. Now, in this illustration, you can see on the left-hand side,
increased
there are
intuition
some
and a
very,
better
very
connection to
small
God.
little green blocks. And what they indicate is that the Earth's magnetic field measure was just about 0 at that time. And that's the time when these kinds of experiments, in fact, any kind of psychic or spiritual work, especially if it involves inner imaging, is more effective when the Earth's magnetic field is quiet. I once played around with a set of crystal tools where you simply lie down.
My bad. I just got back to the screen. What were you saying, Max?
Max, you're saying something, you're on mute.
Yeah, I thought someone was trying
Yeah,
to...
I don't remember what I did say something. I forget what it was. About practicing remote viewing. Yeah, and you tell me things that
Yeah,
I
to get
think you
closer
are
to
good
God,
at
to get
remote
closer to
viewing.
God, and to exercise your third eye.
That's what I said. Yeah. I answered Beloved's question. What is the point of remote viewing? Increased intuition and a better connection to God. With increased intuition, you can make your life better. And with a better connection to God, definitely your life can get better.
Seeing things what they really are.
Look in the present, you can look in the future, you can look in the past.
Plus, just
Ability to
walking.
quiet yourself, you can hear the Holy
Yep.
Spirit.
Having the intuition to make the right decision on things. Maybe the intuition to know if something's real or a hoax, know if someone's lying or telling the truth.
Yeah.
There's an unlimited amount of things you can talk
That's
about how
right.
it can
It
benefit.
just goes on. Like the use of it is infinite. Just another thing ego can grasp.
Not
and
living in
judge.
illusion, right?
No, it's not for ego, beloved. It's not for ego at all. Actually, you remote view, and you know that putting aside the ego is the key to remote viewing. If you use the ego, you're going to get wrong responses. Putting aside the ego is the key.
It's very true. And why don't you ask the military and these big alphabet agencies why it's important? They think it's very important. So.
Yeah. But I think there's a lot of use of it. It could lead to being happier. Could just lead to better decisions in life, which should make you happier, you would think.
Yeah, you will stress less. because of the
Right.
wrong decision or things that you do, like, what the fuck,
Mhm.
why am I here, or things like that.
What if you could just catch that groove of life, that just took you to exactly where you wanted to be all the time, right?
Yeah, your path, your life path.
Yeah. It's
Everybody
all,
has their path.
yeah. It's also simply cool. Thank you, Albert.
Yeah,
No,
Hi, how you doing?
if you really understand this shit, you cannot be controlled anymore. You know,
Hmm.
in a certain
yeah,
way. Like, you're
yeah.
more of an observer of reality instead of like
You, you, you,
someone going along as an. Sorry, you're more of an operator than an observer. So you know, you're not.
yeah,
You're more of an active participant of reality instead of just going along with it.
yeah. You're more aware of things
Yeah, you
around.
become the magician.
You're not easily manipulated. You can see through things, feel things too.
Yeah, literally. Like,
Yeah,
see what's over the next hill.
yeah. There are multiple reasons. There's multiple,
Yeah.
but all beneficial to you,
Hmm.
you know.
Real.
When the
What
Lord
if you could
says,
stop? What if you
like,
could stop before you went over a hill and
yes,
use
thank
your
you,
third eye to decide whether it was a good place to go or not? And
Max.
if
That's
your
what I was
mind
just
told
going to
you,
say. Like,
yeah,
want me to tell you how I was going to say it though?
okay,
Before the generals go to war, they send out scouts to see if they have enough men to do it. And if they don't, if they're like, they've got 30,000, we've got 20, I'm going to send out emissaries to talk to them about maybe doing a peace because they've got 30
Yeah,
and we've got 20,000 men. I think
yeah,
we'll just put it out on the table. You guys maybe want to talk because, still a lot of you die. Maybe we want
Fucking
to talk.
Alex has been killing me the whole time because I could look into his mind and he's been so uncomfortable the entire time. He's like Cage and Max in one room with him. He's freaking out a little bit. You know what I mean?
no man, I'm still. Lol, I'm just
I know in your mind though. You're like these guys are.
no, he's
no
right on
man,
board.
no
That's when
man.
you want your remote viewers.
Get into it.
Seems like it's
I'm not,
just another way to strengthen ego. I don't think so, but there
You
is a
kind of have
good
to lose
feeling
to
that
get the
comes from
picture.
it.
You have to lose
There
your
is,
ego to get the picture.
yeah,
It's really is that
exactly.
way.
yeah,
Because
You
I think
seem
that
to
it's
you
real. It's
put a
not fake.
verbal you put an egoic and verbal overlay over it. You know what I mean? So you have to disassociate from it in a way. You
yeah,
can't let your emotions
Yeah.
or your overlay affect it.
yeah. Your own impressions.
Yeah. Like the
That's the
remote.
hard part, trying to
Yeah.
keep your own impressions out of it.
Exactly. That's what I mean. That's how come it has to be an exercise against the ego, or else you're the person that just keeps on saying the thing, and everybody's like, "Yeah, he always says that." It's
Mm,
getting embarrassing, because it's
yeah,
like,
like
yeah,
when I'm right, it's always because I didn't think about it.
yes, exactly.
Yeah, which seems counterintuitive because I have to express it, so I have to kind of think about it, but it just
Conceptualize.
comes.
Yeah.
Yeah, still
Yeah,
has to be.
but I can actively block it, Max. Like we could try a test right now, and I can ask you to remove. I could completely destroy that, which they could already do through technology. I'm
Hmm.
saying if you know about it, you can't be remote viewed or anything. You know, if you don't have to put up a defense against it. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
there's people that, yeah, there's what I understand when people do spy through remote viewing. There's other people that has like dark sorcerers there, and they can see them, or they put shields around so you don't see what they're doing. It
A
goes
lot of
that.
people felt that the Vatican was shielded. We've done remote viewing of that,
Well, it
and
is like, and
it
later in
seemed to
this,
have some type of a shielding around it.
yeah, they can generate magnetic fields through solenoids, and that casinos have it too. Like
Mm.
they know about this stuff. If not, you can go in and just rinse them every time. Like they know about this shit. I'm telling you.
They can trace you back, no? Yeah,
I
yeah,
always
they
did
can.
best at the casino closest to the door. I don't know why.
I've never been to a casino. Like I don't
I,
even
I
want to.
only ever play like $20. I play
Oh,
for
that
little
chip
slots
max.
and stuff.
That could be the reason. You
Yeah,
just said it.
I
You
just
always get
you,
close to the
you
door
just made me
because the
think
rooster,
about
they
it.
put them by the door because people are going to get to them first.
Yeah,
Or to draw people into the easier slots, right? You know what I mean? Like put the. I remember
yeah,
the movie Casino. He goes, I've got the easier ones up at the front, and blah blah blah. I want to be the big payers up at the front. You know what I'm saying, right?
Well,
You got
that's
the
because they
back.
want you to
We gotta
fucking leave. They
play.
want you to win and leave. So it's
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah, there's a
psychological.
scene in Casino where he explains it to a guy. He explained it to a guy that he fires. Sam Rothstein. He explained it to a guy who's a casino manager. How come my good machines aren't up at the front where people see them when they walk into the casino? It's wild.
Yeah.
Because
That's where you
when you
want to see
walk
people
in, they
winning.
want you to go deeper in there, lose all your money, and then if you happen to win, it's right by the door, so you could fuck off and leave. Yeah.
Well, it's a lure. It's bait. It's like the price
Get
points
bait.
at Walmart, right? They give you something cheap up front. Everything's $1 more in the back of the store, right? But they want to hook you in, so you go, oh, I won here. Oh, there's the bigger tables. I could win more. That's kind of the psychology of it. The gambling mind. You don't have an addictive personality probably, but if you had, and you get that endorphin rush of the win instead of the endorphin rush of spirituality, it's a substitute,
Yeah.
albeit very, very brief.
In Canada, do they give you free alcohol at the casino?
No.
In Aruba, they do.
Oh yeah, they have free alcohol. No, some casinos here, yeah, they have free alcohol.
Oh
do
yeah,
they?
wait. I just realized. I
In
absolutely
Vegas,
remember
they
some
have
places
that
have free
too.
alcohol.
Oh, okay.
In
You're
Vegas,
not
they have
supposed
the
to, but
same
yeah.
shit.
Yeah. I went to Niagara Falls casinos. They don't have any free alcohol
Not
there.
not there, but like in I know for a fact in Vegas they have the same thing.
I'm sure they pump in oxygen, though.
Alex's take.
The air is
Why?
so
Why?
crisp
Because
in there.
they can get away with it more there. So it's like, yeah, you get them intoxicated, so they don't know
Yeah.
what the fuck they're doing and
Exactly.
take all their money.
You spend more money there. Yeah. They don't like when you're winning, only when you're losing money.
Yeah, I think that's more prevalent in the States, definitely. Like when
Yeah.
you're doing well. Oh, bring them in another drink.
Oh, my wife had a
Another drink
friend that was in
complimentary.
like the
I'm
elite
on-
club.
Yeah.
He used to win 10,000 or more, his entire pay every year. He'd go in and gamble constantly. They'd send limos for him. They'd get him rooms in the hotel because he spent so much money gambling.
I'm not saying I ever done this, but let's say somebody did. You can go and try this, right? If you're adept at remote viewing or other things, like messing with whatever certain things. Go and try that at a casino. Watch how fast you're gonna get put into a fucking room and won't ever come back there.
I haven't been to a casino since I
They're gonna
learned
tell you
about remote viewing.
never come back here. They'll give you your money and shit. They'll tell you never come.
Well, you're not gaming. That's the thing, though, right?
You should be able to line up your bets before you get in there, right? Because
I'm not saying I did that. I
see
wouldn't
ahead of
recommend.
time.
I wouldn't recommend it, but yeah, try that shit. They know about that stuff.
Oh, probably.
Like
they probably have detectors that can see if your brain waves are going off.
Pattern detectors. Like this is a different pattern. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like think about
fucking stupid.
Oh, he's not gambling. This guy knows what he's doing here. Oh man. Yeah.
They can probably tell from your brainwaves where you're standing, even the nerves, if they can get any to your body, even like through your feet.
That's
maybe
why,
even.
like you know
They can
who
tell that you're lying.
I'll show you guys somebody who actually knows about this stuff. Like, Dana White, the guy who owns UFC.
Yes.
He's banned from most casinos because he fucking does mind shit onto it. I'm telling you. Like, this guy will go in there and just win everything, bro. I'm telling you.
Wow.
So he's banned from most casinos and shit. Some casinos allow him because
that's hilarious.
Because he can't do the thing to their game. You know what I mean? The games they have set up, they know. Well, we know he knows who to do the baccarat. We know how. You know what I'm saying, right? They're like, because they know their machines. He knows how to do this, and this. So if he comes in, he can't because we don't have that game table. Yeah, that's why he's allowed in certain places because
they could probably just set it up to block him, but either way, he still wins though. It's like
that's what I was saying. Like if they could block you, right? You just line it up in your head before you get in there.
Yeah, before the even block, you add the blocking to your mental thing, right?
Yeah, so you view the bets you're going to make before you get in, and or view where you're going to go or which machine or whatever, right? Or which table you're going to go to, what your bets are going to be, and win it that way.
like I've done this stuff like the exact method I've tried as a kid. I had a stepdad right before he passed away, and I went and met him up to get some fucking weed off him, you know.
Mhm.
And yeah, I appeared there, and I already visualized this in my mind on purpose. I created it. It's not even like remote viewing. It's just creating the situation. So like in my mind, before I even met him, like I'm gonna meet him. It's gonna look like this. I'm gonna say this to him. Everything, and it worked out perfectly. So I'm like, think of a number, any number in your mind, right? And then he's like, I think he said 8. Like it could be any number from like 1 to 1,000. I said. I'm like, before you thought about it. I'm like 8. He's like, you looked at me. He's like, how the fuck did you know that? I told him because I made it happen before I even came here. And he's like, after that, he's like, what? You know, he's just like,
Did you make it happen or did you predict it? That would be the.
I made it fucking happen because
Okay.
I've even done things where, for example, I
So
had a
from
friend
my
named
perspective,
Valeria.
I would say you predicted that.
Well, no, because I've done this. Like you can even enter people's dreams and shit. Like I've only
Okay.
done it once to prove it to myself, and then I never did it because I think that's, you know, crossing the line. You shouldn't fuck with people in that way. I don't want to be fucking Freddy Krueger or something.
Hmm.
But pretty much, I had a friend Valeria. I realized I went into a meditative state or like that remote viewing state or whatever,
Hmm.
and what I did was I knew he was going to be sleeping at the time, just like you said, how they line up certain things for when, you know, certain periods.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what I did was I entered his fucking dream, and what I did was like I visualized him having a dream, going to in front of my building, you know, like a regular thing.
Hmm.
And what I did was like I realized like every time you get killed in your dream, you wake up, right? Kind of thing, like right before you get killed or whatever. Like you
Mm.
don't never really die in your dream.
I've hit the bottom before. It didn't hurt.
So what I did was like I made him pull up in the dream in front of the building, and then like I had a gun on me, and I just unloaded the entire magazine into his fucking head in the dream,
Yeah.
just to see if it would do anything. And I'm not even joking. Like 10 minutes later, I get a call. He's like, "What the fuck did you do to me, Cage?" After that, I'm like, "Yeah, there's something to this shit. Yeah,
Okay.
what's going on?" You know, I know it sounds crazy, but
You know, I've been in my bed sleeping in a home. A girl I didn't really know that well. I mean, I went to a youth place. Like I was a bit older, but I mean, um, I didn't. Like, wasn't doing drugs, wasn't partying or anything. So I thought I might as well go down to the place with the other Christians, and not, but like just the people that are like not the kids. You know what I mean? Because the parents are doing whatever on Friday and Saturday night. Anyway, I was like, I think I was 21 or whatever. Anyway, I think she was the girl that sometimes went there. I knew her from before. She was like 16 or something like that. Anyway, I'm in my my home and sleeping in my bedroom, and I'm dreaming, and the girl's in the dream, and we're kissing in the dream, and then all of a sudden, like it goes a little bit further, and I'm woken up in my bed in my home by the girl, and she said, "I just had to do that," and then she just leaves. You know, okay, leave my
that's a
bedroom,
succubus.
then leave the home. We'll go out the
You're
door.
mind raping
Back
her.
to walking
You were
this way.
mind. That's
So
what it
that's
was.
like, you know, that's happened in real life, in real time. Okay, while I'm
That's a
dreaming,
succubus.
right?
Get out of my head, she says. Right.
Kissing the girl in the dream, and then she comes in to wake me up. When in the dream, we're going a little bit further. She wakes me up. So I mean, she absolutely knew the dream was going on. Whether she did it, you know what I mean? Probably, you know what I mean? Probably she did the thing at home with the thing and did the thing, got into my dream the same way that you did. Okay, and then and then came by and woke me up too. Like, which is just wild. And the thing is, she knew what she did because she didn't make a deal about it. I didn't say anything either because I understood what had happened as well. Because you do non-verbally. You don't have to. You actually felt it. You were there. You knew it happened. Yeah, it's real.
It's interesting. I've had other experiences too.
Right into groove. Sexy talk.
Like I've had an actual dream where before I woke up, I had a number I was trying to call. I was in Japan, lost. I finally found a Rosicrucian temple where someone finally spoke English. My phone was dead, trying to find people. The secretary is like in the dream. She's like, "Oh, do you have the number?" So I pull it out of my pocket, and then I woke up like completely fucking drenched in sweat. You know, when you wake up like fucking sweating and shit.
Mhm.
Like I had this like this feeling like, oh, I gotta call this number, and I remember the number perfectly.
That'd be a good
I
one.
mean, I got connected into something else from there. It was very weird.
Oh, I remember the last dream I had sitting in this chair a couple hours ago. Unbelievably strong, actually the strongest like maybe I've ever had that I can remember. Waking up, I was at a place called Pine Tree Point or whatever in Parry Sound, Ontario, because my family had a campground there, like with a beach.
Perry Sound. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there,
Nice.
and like we can see the aurora borealis going over top in the evenings, like the whole entire sky, and you can tell. And then and we're sitting there, and like we're watching, like fishing and stuff, and like there's a lake, like it's on a lake, like Manitowabing, and we're sitting there at the top because it goes down a bit, like it goes up from the water and then it goes up higher, and I'm sitting up there, and I'm sitting with my aunt, and we're holding hands like on the patio of like a trailer, and we're talking, and we're like and it's interesting because I always just feel spiritually that I'm strong, and that I can like bring something and lift it up. Now I remember I was kind of sad, but letting myself feel the emotion in the dream, and it was like about just things being stressful, um, and so it being a good thing to release. And then I woke up, and I remember thinking, oh wow, I'm glad I remember, so I don't just have this little bit of sadness or melancholy without knowing why. I was just letting myself feel that in the dream, and I remember holding my aunt's hand, feeling it, and holding it up like this, just like it just kind of like in victory and in strength, to the sun that was coming down upon us on this like lake. Beautiful scene, man, like the most beautiful scene. And my heart takes me there because like it's obviously like a happy, very strong, happy, positive place for me. And I go there at least like a couple times a month at least, like to this place, like at this place. Yeah.
It's Morgan's happy place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a similar thing. There was a time during my awakening where I experienced a month of enlightenment. And now I can recall that feeling anytime I want, you know?
Yeah.
When I had my coming to knowledge, like, this actually gets into it. It gets into how it's called psychic skills and miracles. It gets into actually how to perform miracles too. There's a lot of like crazy information in this, even telepathy.
What happened to you personally? What did you experience?
For me, it was like the most profound thing ever. It's like the strongest fucking drug you could ever experience.
Yes, it's surreal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something you can't really put into words. It's just after that, it's like everything. I can go outside. I swear to, when I was young, like I was like 16 when this happened, and I literally go outside and I swear to God, I was like connected to everybody's thoughts to the point where I was saying in my mind for them to like turn around and do this or like go do whatever, any action, and they'd automatically do it. To the point where I was controlling everything around me.
I thought that's what he was talking about earlier, Alexander, and I was thinking about when I was on acid doing that and deliberately going, man, you got to stop doing this, Morgan, because you can't be telling your girlfriend to stop up ahead and making her stop because you want her to, just because you think it's neat that you can do this thing, and then stop again. Oh, I command her in my mind, great. But
the thing is, like Morgan, you know what the thing is? A lot of people have an issue with this because they don't realize what's really going on. Most of the thoughts, like even this neuroscience shit, it proves it. Like most of the thoughts that you're experiencing aren't your own. They're other people's thoughts are around.
Yes.
And it's like you're picking up on their nonsense. Then you think it's your thoughts, but it really isn't. You know, if people
RC, radio control everywhere, man. Yeah. Exactly. People sending out waves. Huh.
Yeah, and there could also be an external force going on, but I'm saying just even interpersonal communication, right?
Yes. Well, you guys have read The Chrysalids, right? With John Wyndham, the book about the mind turning back on after the bland, like after the event.
No, I've only read the ancient texts.
Oh wow! It's Newfoundland, the first place that comes to enough that things aren't deviated, like the crops and everything. They've got a pattern to them, a uniformity.
What's the book called, Morgan?
the chrysalids, because the mind is the chrysalis. And when they come back, they're like starting out like the village, like pioneer times.
The
Then they
Chrysalis
get
by
a little
where does
bit.
that say? By John what?
John Wyndham, the same guy who did Day of the Triffids, which is 28 days later, by the way. That's where they get 28 days later from. Day of the Triffids. It's just revamped.
28 days has a lot to do with the pineal cycle.
Oh yes.
With the
It is
moon
the cycle of
cycle too.
yep, and the moon cycle. The moon regulates the pineal cycle.
Yes, but yes.
And the menstrual cycle. Like
There's
women.
another book by the same name by another author named Andrew Solomon. I'm not finding this John one. Hold on.
And
Pull it up.
and Frank Herbert, the guy from Dune, has a couple that I think need to be looked at again. Oh,
I'm always looking.
oh
for
yes,
new
and the
books.
Left Hand of Darkness, of course. The Kemmering. Do you guys like read a lot, like Carhide, the Kemmering? No, okay, Winterfell. Like, well, I mean that's Game of Thrones. But do you guys know the Left Hand of Darkness series?
No.
Well,
Like
no, but it's obviously a reference to the left-hand path of occultism or esoteric.
it's a planet. I mean, it's colder, and the human beings they're like not they can be like they choose which one's going to be like their body sometimes can go into the male, the female, and then carry the child, and they do it in a thing called Kemmering, and it's kept through the ancient, like the women, kind of like the Frank Herbert Benny Jesuit thing, and then but it's real, and they show you how they do it, and it's just unbelievable. This book called The Left Hand of Darkness. It's a different planet, colder. You have to eat a lot.
Some left-hand occultism type of information.
It's not necessarily. It's.
Or it's
You
like
won't
a
even realize
joke
why
on
it's
mine.
called that. Probably, like while you're reading it. It really more has to do with the story of people. The love story. I mean, of the people without it being gendered. And I'm not talking about because it's gendered. I mean, it's been
Being
done
in complete
before.
surrender forever isn't my ideal. That's oblivion, unfortunately. I wouldn't want to be in a state of enlightenment or bliss at all times. I need the juxtaposition, the opposites.
Yeah.
You need that. Going to heaven is like that, eternal bliss, which is great. It's fine, but I don't want to stay there forever.
Yeah, just in Nirvana or whatever.
Yeah.
I just got back. I realized we lost Alex.
Oh damn! Where'd he go? He's not on my list down there.
On the back.
Oh wow.
Wrong button. I don't think Alex. Yeah, you would have said bye before you left.
That's ego
hit the wrong
talking.
button.
Well, of course, we already discussed ego. We discussed that ego, the soul, is most likely an impression of the ego. So we have to grow that ego to a place of balance and completion, if you can call it that.
The fact that what you choose, you can do. The fact that you're a lowercase god, if you will. The fact that what you choose happens. You can make it happen.
My ego is not afraid to die. I do, because I do know that that's the corporeal. Death holds no weight over me.
I feel it would be a betrayal of my life, like in a way. Like it'd be to me. It'd be that odd or dangerous, like to not see it as something that's good, as good as my coming in to the world.
I don't know. Like for some reason, you can tell the
it's
level
control of the ego that's important. Really,
there's different levels of understanding, Morgan. Like I don't know. For Max, like I don't know. I could just tell right away. It's not a competition or anything, but
no.
I could tell with Max. Max has a certain understanding with things, or it goes beyond all these questions that you should have asked yourself 20 years ago.
Oh, thank you. I hope so. I'd like to think so. I don't know if that's true, but
I don't want to betray the miracle of life that gave me life by saying, yeah, I'm scared of what he's got planned.
that's where you
makes
get in
total
your
sense,
groove,
didn't it?
right? And
That
then you
makes
know
sense.
that you're on your right path.
Yeah,
You
that
die
makes
at the
sense.
right time, everything will happen the way it's supposed to,
Yeah.
right?
Because there was emotion behind that, you know what I mean,
Put
and
your
a real
trust in
emotion that was
God.
felt correctly. So that was awesome. I feel. I love the upside down cross. I mean, the upside down
Thank you for that
life.
compliment.
That's beautiful. I felt it. See,
You,
that's
you
the thing.
have
Knowing that
that
wasn't
made my
just placed
ego
that
go.
way, you put emotion behind that.
Hi,
And how
James.
come I knew that? Because my third eye saw it, and I felt it physically in my.
Well, enough this third eye shit and all that. How do you know anything is real? How do you know this conversation is real? It's not being.
Because I feel it. I feel, therefore I am.
Oh, that's
Well,
a good one.
I can
Yeah.
you can make people feel many things. Doesn't mean it's real.
Indeed. And those things truly are what is, more so than anything else.
The actor. I don't know. We're the actor on the stage.
On the stage.
You're just playing along with this nonsense. That's what it is.
Jinx. Max.
We all are.
Well, yeah, there's a construct, and we all agree to it.
Yes.
I don't.
Well, we are right now in this field of like where we are right now. Like I don't mean I mean like
You
literally.
became corporeal.
I'm in
You agreed
StreamYard.
to come here.
Yeah, I'm within StreamYard's parameters right now with Max and Cage. And I'm
Yeah.
choosing to do that because of my desire to socialize and to have connection with you. To feel you and Max. Because being alone sucks.
And I don't think being
Being
alone is the
alone is
path to the enlightenment.
actually being alone is like the greatest gift ever.
I do enjoy being alone.
Yeah, if you go into
Me
the
too.
forest, go for a nice forest walk by
Yep.
yourself and go
Yep.
look in the nature.
Oh,
You'll realize a lot about yourself, and that's
you're not really alone though when you're walking because your body's there.
Yeah.
Your spirit is
You're never
separate from your
alone,
body.
man.
Yeah. You can
Yeah,
talk
that's
to
the
your
thing,
body.
right? I'm never alone. That's the thing. That's why I would say I'm not written alone. Actually, not actually alone. Yeah.
No, never.
You have your higher self, if you want to call it that, but you know.
Yeah.
Well, that consciousness that's living.
Oops.
That is both within and without. Like, oh yeah, like you don't. Okay, like when you see the river.
Well, they don't even think
Hence
that
the bird,
memory
maybe.
is.
Yeah.
They don't
Yeah, the
even think
memory
that memory is contained in our body. There
in
is
the
a
river.
record of it in our cells of what
Mhm.
happens to the cells, but the memory in our minds, they're not even sure that that's contained within our brain.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm. Exactly.
and the consciousness that
Yes.
supports it.
Oh.
So,
Yes, and the waters keep on flowing.
you know,
Yes.
with a field detectable up to 55 feet, who knows how big it is?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Very
Wow.
interesting. You know, these topics need to be discussed more often. You know, we have to contemplate these things.
I think I think men. I think they fear it.
They've added quite a bit to the conversation and knowledge
Yeah.
here. Thank you for coming.
Peeling back the layers of thought.
You know, I'm
I'm
not the
thinking,
best at presenting, but I've tried at least. It's my first time on here. I've tried to, add something of value
oh, you definitely did. Yes.
to the conversation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
That's what I always try doing because we don't have enough time to fucking twiddle our thumbs around and sit around. You know?
Yeah, I like these longer streams too because it gives people's minds time to meld over things and contemplate. You know, even though the people in chat, even though they come and go, you can kind of see it gives them time. And it's great for going over like really involved subjects that some of them we have a real hard time coming to any answers about, you know?
This is deep stuff. Like I wish I could have stumbled across a stream like this like when I was like 10, 15 years ago. It would have saved me a bunch of time.
Might have not been the right time, maybe. You never know. Right?
It all has to happen according to natural law, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, your path. We can alter our path some, but some people believe our path is completely written in the stars. I'm always kind of the belief that we're meant to rise above the stars or
Yes.
rise above our charts.
Yes.
You know, I think the chart was taught to us so that we could know how to do that, find our faults, and correct the problems with our ego, and
Yes.
you
Yeah.
know,
Because you must
evolve and
choose.
enlighten that way.
Yes. That your
Hello,
soul,
walls.
development of the soul, learning to make your choices, the art of choosing, perhaps. Because what that 21st century digital boy, he doesn't know how to choose, but he's got a lot of choice. And the bad religion.
I'm just noticing your hat that you put on after you seen the Shakti device and the octopus. What is that symbol on that fucking hat, bud?
Oh, it's just a bandana. It doesn't. There's no real symbol. I was going to put a Canadian flag up on there, upside
There is
down as well.
definitely a symbol in that.
Okay. It's just a bandana rolled up.
Well, the way you rolled it up, there's something going on there.
Okay.
It's like it looks like a lizard. It's a reptilian hat.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just joking. Well, there is something there.
Maybe I subconsciously put that up that way.
You probably did.
I am into dragons and lizards and stuff right now, so.
Look, you have the cage on your wrist.
Yeah, I'm bound. I'm locked and bound. I'm in chains already.
At least you can see them. The first step is seeing them.
Oh, get myself
off. First step, seeing them. Then we can move toward.
Mentioning is that the feeling of a sensed presence that I described last week, where you think there's someone, you feel that there's someone behind you, but when you turn to look, no one is there. That's more likely when the measures are higher. Out-of-body experiences are much more likely during times of enhanced geomagnetic activity, louder geomagnetic activity, stronger fields. Psychic perceptions are quite different. They're more likely during quiet times, as I just mentioned. And the reason for this is quite interesting, and that's because...
So, Max, what he's saying here is they've done a lot of studies.
Yeah.
And they've looked at the statistics. And when people have out-of-body experiences and this other phenomena, this is when geomagnetic, the geomagnetic...
Lows are, yeah.
No, it's higher.
It's higher, okay.
So it's like during electromagnetic storms, like for example, a lot of thunder or lightning, which we have.
Okay, yeah, there'd be a lot of orbs too.
Yeah, and then when it's quieter, that's when like remote viewing could be used. So you could actually go online and search up, like the electromagnetic field, and you could use certain days, and you'll see that your remote viewing will actually be more accurate on those days.
Yeah, because the sun has a lot to do with it too, right? Like when it puts out a lot of energy, that's when we get a lot of geomagnetic energy, right?
I'm sure it's tied in for sure.
Yeah.
It has to be. So.
Okay.
I'm not very. All I know is that this is old information, right? The information is.
Unfortunately, my shows are scheduled. I couldn't work. I've thought somebody mentioned that before doing that, but it'd be too hard to schedule shows. When people
kind of ramp. This is the first time I've ever seen you on a panel. Like usually you're just doing your thing. I've hopped in before, but I'm like,
I do them every weekend. I've been doing them for a long time now. I do 2 classes and 2 chats.
I always wanted to pop up and show you like Dr. Persinger's and
it's good
Todd
stuff.
Murphy's work. There's so much to it too. Like this is just one small video. Like there's so many hours of information you can go through, and it's all neuroscience based, and they're Canadian too, which is kind of funny if you look into it all.
Yeah, maybe there's something about the Canadian mind.
Oh yeah, the thrill is the chill.
No,
you've been to Bancroft, so I already know what happened.
Yeah, I've connected to the geomagnetic field of the Earth, and I tell you, you do feel the energy up in that place. It's got a different feel to it.
It feels complete. It feels so. When I went there, I never wanted to leave. Like I wanted to stay here forever.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, the sword in. It's funny how it's named that too. Like the word of the sword.
Oh, is that what it's called? I didn't know that.
It's like the big. It was like one of the only places you could stay around there. It's right in town there.
Hmm.
You know, it's very unique place. One of the most unique places on Earth. Actually, it has over 90% of the world's minerals all in one place. It's the most minerally diverse place.
Yeah, there's tons of gems everywhere. It's
Nickel
ridiculous.
mine, yeah.
They're strewn all over the ground. It's
You go in there, you go into the veins and stuff.
Yep.
You find some real stuff. Like I found something that's still not identified. No one knows what the fuck it is.
Cadmium.
Yeah,
It's very weird.
I don't have any here. I have mud fossils.
Cadmium.
Yeah, for petrified body parts in stone. I don't have any of them here. I don't know why.
Goes back to the whole remote viewing and the magnetite that's in the bin. There's 1,400. What do they say? 1,400 grams in the average human brain, and there's something like 100 million per gram. So it goes out to like about 6.5 billion magnetite crystals in the mind. They're shaped like actual pyramids for some reason, and you know, magnetic fields and all this remote viewing shit. It all kind of leads back to it.
Hold on a second.
I've got my dendrites flowing.
Magnetite is a mineral whose primary component is an iron oxide
flowing.
that contains amounts of iron and iron 2 and iron 3. Its empirical formula is Fe3O4.
So iron and something.
And it's often expressed as iron 2,3 oxide.
Iron oxide, yeah.
In the past, it's been called ferrous ferric oxide and triron tetraoxide.
Triron.
Just search up magnetite in human brain or something, or in brain. You know.
Okay.
And that should pop up more.
The tough membrane that covers the brain had 100 million crystals per gram. Each human brain, on average, contains 7 billion particles of magnetite, weighing a total of 1/1,000,000th of an ounce. Cool. Yes, Max.
New York Times.
Well, what is that? Magnetic crystals guide for animals found in humans. Yeah, the magnetite, they believe, is used for directional finding.
Yes.
Men have more than women, I believe. I'm not sure. That could be iron in the brain. Who knows? Could be wrong on that.
It goes back to alchemy.
It is.
Hold on.
It's trans.
What does magnetite do in the human brain? Biogenic magnetite in the human brain may account for high field saturation effects observed in the T1 and T2 values of magnetic resonance imaging, and perhaps for a variety of biological effects of low frequency magnetic fields. Well, that's very interesting, isn't it? And we're talking about electromagnetic fields and the augmentation of them.
Mineralization in the human brain. You have to dig kind of deep, like stuff. Like you can't just get
what are the healing?
Magnetite
supplementation Magnetite is an anti-inflammatory, relieves muscle aches, pains, and is beneficial for asthma, blood, and the circulatory system, skin, hair. It stimulates sluggish organs and sedates overactive ones. Magnetite provides healing energy necessary for recovery.
So it sounds like lithium.
I'm going to take
In
a
a way.
look into that.
Put some magnetite in that fucking thing on your arm.
Yeah, damn straight.
Maybe the magnetite is the missing key.
Maybe.
Add it to it.
I've always wondered what antimonium was and the use of antimonium. Like, I know what antimonium is now, what they say it is. I don't know if it is that or, and they never talk of the use of antimonium.
Yeah.
Have you heard of that before?
I've heard of it.
They talk of the antimonium. They put Adam where there was good gold and antimonium.
Yes. In the land of Shinar.
Yeah. Antimonium was a very
That's
important
right.
resource.
Land of Shinar.
Yes.
See, like when I wasn't thinking, right? Like, see, that's what I mean when I'm sitting there and in my mind, like nobody said out loud, Shinar, except there's only the correct information in my skull in the archives, right? It's like you might go, Morgan, that's really elementary. You mean in your whole entire mind, you felt the word Shinar and it echoes, and there's no way it can't be true because that's what I know as not necessarily heaven, but I know it as the archive, and the things that go on there are what is, and they always have been and always will be, I imagine. So if I hear something there, I know it's going on. Like, if that makes any sense.
So here it says that there are clumps of magnetite buried in your brain.
They call them magnetozones. They're chains.
Yeah. So where are those? Where are the clumps of?
In every cell of your fucking brain, they're everywhere.
Well, yeah, I mean, your thalamus, like to a certain extent, extending from your thalamus to, like what you'd think is the ram's horns, up around the cerebrum. Just kind of Fibonacci.
Okay. That'll take some more research. That'll take some more extra research, but that's pretty
thing that
cool.
you see that old princess wearing around the ears, that.
They're chains. They're called magnetozones.
Okay.
But this is like if you look into how people created even the first basic radio system, they dissected the human brain and found this stuff out and used it as a model to create a radio. I'm not even joking. Search up first radio human mind or something. It'll pop up.
Hold on to that.
Magnetozones is one word. It's like it's spelled with an SOMES or something.
Genetically engineered magnetoprotein remotely controls brain and behavior.
That goes back to the
Badass
mRNA.
To use magnetized protein.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what the mRNA spike proteins are capable of doing.
So what did you want to search up?
Nano.
I was saying, like, back to the point I was making before. It's like first radio based off human brain.
Magnesite nanotechnology. Magnesite nanotechnology, please.
Or on human brain, whatever. It popped up already. I've seen it.
Oops.
Just click brain right there.
Oh, yeah, he's got it. Max has got it. Max has got it.
Let's see. Transmit the first human voice. Transmitting radio into the brain.
Why is that popping up?
I don't know. The existence of radio waves was first proven by a brain-computer interface, sometimes called brain-machine interface, BMI, or smart brain.
That's funny how that's popping up right now. That's all newer
brain,
things.
mind, body,
Let's try to refine that.
The first radio based off the human brain. Good question. Yeah. Can we get it better? That's good. Did we get anything back?
No.
I thought I realized that when we were trying. I thought it's great that we asked the question, but it's
being locked out.
We're getting brain user interfaces, which is like Neuralink and shit. We need something older. It's coming up with a. That's weird. They're hiding this, but if you have to
I
go.
don't think it's necessarily hidden. I just think you have to make some efforts to get it. Like
So do. What's a better term to search it up?
Like something to do.
Put primitive radio based off mind.
Or crystal. Crystal
Primitive
technology.
radio
Early
based off mind.
crystal. Something. For, yeah.
Oh, there it
Yes!
is. Crystal radio.
Crystal.
Hey, motherfucker. God damn it.
That was neat, man. That was so neat.
There you go. You see the.
I sat here mumbling, crystal. Well, and then I went,
oh, yeah, and look,
we'll
that's
get there.
the first
And
thing
then
that
it went
popped
right
up.
to it. That was fun. I don't know if we just manifested that.
It doesn't say that it's linked to the human brain. It's Wikipedia. NPR.
It's funny how you said that it popped up. Stanford, the computational theory of mind. It's probably hidden within one of these articles.
Yeah, it might be hidden in Wiki somewhere.
I don't use Google like that either. Back then, when I was looking into it, it just popped up.
Oh yeah, like remember when they had the bull and they were making the bull move with the bullfighter by hooking up its brain, and they were making it go by remote control like a video game, but it was real.
I think I remember something about that. I do remember remote control pig though. That's yeah, radio, basic radio is such a simple thing.
Like this whole crystal thing, like New Age people do it. It's like, oh, crystals, wearing crystals, all this nonsense. But there is something to it, right? Because we've explored this. We've seen that magnetite is in our own brain, billions of crystals, and also think about time, right? You're seeing like timepieces and shit. This quartz movement.
Yeah, precision timing.
They use quartz to fucking measure time and shit.
Yes,
absolutely. So there are properties that are doing something that's beyond, easily explainable. Something else going on. I think a lot of these practices are nonsense now, especially with this like New Age type and shit. You know what I mean?
What types of practices?
It's like people fucking wearing crystals and fucking thinking all.
Ooh.
So here's the piezoelectric, the luminescent crystals that light up in the human brain or the pineal gland.
Is that magnetosome thing or not?
I don't know what they're made of, really.
That's probably magnetite.
It could be.
Look at this. I mean, like it's beautiful. Like, look, this is beautiful. It's like Saturn's rings, man. Just like Saturn. Right here in the upper right-hand corner. And then beside it, you have
calcite.
Oblong Saturn.
Well, calcite. You find that at Bancroft too. There's a shitload of calcite. You can find magnetite there. You can find a bunch of calcite. It's like in the veins. There's something called veins when you're mining, right? Like there's and they're usually made of like calcite and quartz and shit.
Different frequencies.
Fucking
higher frequencies.
So yeah, calcite microcrystals.
Perite or whatever too.
Now these could be lined up using magnetite and other.
It is for sure. It's definitely.
Well.
I think magnetite is definitely affecting this. If not, it probably is fucking calcite and magnetite.
One of
Same
the
thing.
articles was claiming they vibrate, and that would make sense. All
Because
crystals
if you go in
have a
nature and mine
vibration.
calcite, if you go in nature and mine magnetite, you're gonna find calcite veins and shit
Mhm.
around it. You know.
Now, when
Could
they're
be straight
vibrating,
from the pineal.
yeah,
I
like
think this is what the alchemists were alluding to too. In a way.
See, I believe in giants too, so that calcite could have come directly from a pineal gland. I think there were creatures that big that you could probably find veins of this stuff.
Let's talk about fucking giants and shit. What about Sasquatch?
we just
Sandcoins.
were.
We
That's-
remote viewed Sasquatch. It
Let's talk
seemed
about
very
Sasquatch
realistic.
so the channel stays up. You know what I mean? Let's talk about the Earth's flat and there's fucking
Yeah.
Bigfoot and shit.
We gotta have some type of a
Inner
Jerry
Earth,
Springer
there's
type show,
reptilians living in the Earth.
and some Jerry Springer sprinkled in there. Okay.
Yeah, we need
No, but
midgets
I'm
and
not talking
strippers.
about dumps.
Yeah.
In the deep underground military bases, man. Look at that shroom, man. Look at that cerebrum. Look at that thalamus.
With cannabis, if you look at the trichomes, they do look like mushrooms too.
Yeah, look at
Little
that parasite.
mushrooms.
Look at the lysergic diethylamide, even within the herblature.
I gotta send you some fucking weed, Max, bro. That's what I do, you know.
In fact, it is.
I gotta send Max some
I would
fucking
buy
form of
some.
acid.
It'll amplify your remote viewing because it's created properly.
Did you grow it yourself?
Of course, that's what I do.
Awesome. Well, there you go. That'd be awesome. Then.
Yeah.
I have a hard time finding a strain I like.
No, I have my own strains.
I liked White Rhino. That was my favorite.
Okay.
It's like a 50-50 blend indica sativa.
Yes, I remember White Rhino. Yeah, it
was like the best because you need both to activate.
Hey, it's legal in Canada. You can sit up to 30 grams in the mail.
Oh yeah.
You know?
My buddy's supposed to call me, right? I mean, like, not a couple of days, but I mean, like, I've still got weed, right? Like, I've got weed, like, but like,
I'm all out of mushrooms though.
Well, like, I've got weed and I've got more of these, but like,
my mushroom cup is empty.
Yeah, like, it just looks like probably just like grass. But
Yeah, they've legalized pretty much everything up in Canada. You can get fentanyl up here. Not in my area, but
No, but I mean,
BC.
awesome.
They're expanding it to the GTA, I think, probably soon.
I grow everything organically. I've been doing it. That's my trade. I love growing.
Nice.
Oh, right
I've done a couple of grows myself, but it's I'm not set up for it really. I had to do it at other people's places. So.
We could get you set up with that if you want.
My wife wouldn't allow it. There's the big problem at the moment.
Yeah, like
She doesn't mind. She doesn't mind the smell of me smoking it, but when I grew it in our apartment, it was.
You're like a 3x3,
4x4,
4x10. You have a carbon filter. She wouldn't even smell a thing.
I know
that's true. There are the tents.
I mean, like, but like, okay, I'll just say it, right? Like, even though, like, I do have a lover, you know what I mean, a woman, and you know what I'm saying, and it's just like her mother passed, and like some other issues, and I give her time, like I'm like we give each other time, and I actually care, like, you know what I mean, about her, so I don't hate her and stuff like that, you know what I mean, like, and like. So just, I mean, because I don't want to be bragging. This isn't my ego going, I don't jerk off. It's like, no, it's because it's I probably would if
Where are you going with
I
this?
have the strength of knowing that I do have a partner. Like, I mean, so I don't feel as if you know, so in other words, I use my seminal fluid, like, you know what I mean, like the tantric or whatever, like it goes, like, I don't, it's
Yes,
in the body.
tantric
Now,
sex.
yeah, I
Yes.
don't discharge it, meaning I always have it, and it makes me feel like I'm within here. I never get drained, like, for real. In between here and here, because everyone even knows, no matter what, you're gonna feel drained from here a little bit, like, unless you've got like a big thing of tuna there, like a pound of it, and it's like mixed with liquid, and you're like go, and then you do like 30 push-ups, like, but you know what I'm saying? It's like usually you feel drained.
He's talking about
I never feel
sacred
drained
sex.
from my childlike magic. You know what I'm
What are
saying?
you gonna do? You're gonna do
Like,
some
you can
Crowley
stay
sex
hooked up to
magic
me.
now, Morgan? What are you gonna do?
Women
No,
call
I
it a little
don't.
death.
Well, sex magic. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Drinking
Because of that.
tuna
It's like,
water. and eating tuna. like
it's meaning any of my
we're at
spells,
4
any of
hours.
my
I'm going to cut it off
incantations
in
or
a
whatever.
couple
You're like, oh,
minutes,
what
guys.
is it?
Not
No,
because
but
of what you're talking
Christians do them.
about.
Like that's a
but,
point. Like you first do them if you're a man of God, and then they pervert them in Satanism. But I mean, if you're sitting there talking to God and you're not jerking off, he's going to be more inclined to listen to you. And these are going to start vibrating sooner and easier, if you will, because the adrenaline, not just the adrenaline, but your body is
there may
hooked
actually
up.
be some timing to using sacred sex and the cycles of the pineal.
And sugars.
Yeah.
For the insulin level in your blood at the time of the incantation.
Because it is a physical process and you can enhance it.
Generative principle should be used for creation and shit, not for like some weird fucking occulted.
Well, no, not for sex magic.
I mean, I know how to.
No.
It's just it's
Sacred
not
sex is
what people
something
think.
different. That's completely different than that.
It's not what people think. Like I also grew up like a covenant thing. Like okay, like understand. You start people off like little by little. Like check it out. Doing they'd never do this, but they would do this to like say an animal or a sacrifice, right? Especially if someone thinks it's beautiful and nothing wrong with it. They did it in the Old Testament with Jesus. We don't sit here going, oh, and they did the sacrifice with the Jews. The sacrifice.
Even Google will admit that semen retention improves your skin, and they believe it has other benefits.
Yes.
But,
and then the rituals. People wonder, oh, how do people do these things? Because they're atrocities. They're not though, because if you did them
what,
one thing at a time, like if you say to somebody, look, you're not doing
that's no atrocity.
the final, you're not killing the person. What do you mean? Would you like to join our ritual? And they like it, they're allured to it, and the person that's dying has no problem with it being sacrificed, and the person tells them,
what? Where did we go here?
And then you honor them by saying, I would like you to be the first blow. It's not a fatal blow. I just want you to be part of the ritual. Now think about it. And you stab them in their side. You have not killed them, but the thing is, and you agreed. The thing is that 11 other people are going to go after you.
Bro, what?
And there's a big difference between being the first strike and being the 12th. Or is there?
You lost me.
You worked them up by doing animal sacrifices like the people with the records in the J and the thing.
Hold on,
give
him a chance to bring it back around.
Now you're the 11th stabber. Now you have the honor of being the one since you have been the 11th. And that because you're no longer angry and thinking that it's evil because you're not killing anybody, but then you get a little bit more into it, and then you taste more of the power, and it's like, and now that you are one with Satan, you have absolutely no problem putting on the robe, and this time I give you my first strike of the person being sacrificed. Oh, you will be one day too, possibly, but maybe not if you're useful enough. But I'm just saying,
hold on.
The person, that's how it's done. That's how it's done. You get them doing this to a goat, this to a thing, this to a thing, this to a thing.
Wait, where the goats coming from? Why are we talking about goats?
Okay, no problem. You're not killing them.
Hold on, give him a minute.
Except then you say, all of a sudden, think about it. Each day, this month, on this moon, you are honored by the goddess.
Okay, he's bringing it back around.
Ceremony, we give you first.
Bro, it's in your name. Belle. Isabella. Bella.
Okay,
you are fucking goat fuck.
Now you gain second strike. Now you are third lady. Now you are the fifth lady.
The Bell.
Okay, so he's bringing it back to the year cycles.
You will be brought up, and eventually, without even thinking about it, you will make the final blow. And actually,
you're possessed, Morgan.
No, I'm just telling you.
You went from like a million different things.
It's like breathing.
Fucking.
Yeah, it just flows.
I'm just letting you know when you're thinking, oh, what did they do in Hollywood? We slowly get you to sacrifice. First, I just need you to sacrifice this. I need you to just sacrifice some of your blood.
Sacrifice
You're not killing yourself. I just need some of your blood, just a bit of your blood. Why? It represents the fact that you are doing this with us. And that you're not. It's your soul. It's a way to physically represent the decision from your soul spiritually. So give us a bit of your blood. Why wouldn't you do that? And these people, you're in with them. You're feeling the power. You're in. You can, because you're in it. The other people are not. You're special. You're smarter. You're creative. You've been given
Morgan,
this power.
what have you been involved in yourself? Have you ever done
ritual killings? I think I just expressed it.
have you ever done any initiation?
Sexual abuse? Like sexual abuse, ritual killings. I've always attested this is what happened when I was a child. And that this is what I've been into, which is why I don't speak salaciously.
You've mentioned this before. That's fucked.
Yeah.
This is why. This is why it's even in your fucking name. I think they possess you, bro.
What do you think? My mom and dad are possessed.
It's still happening though.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
the thing. It's like, oh yeah, I am here as a warrior telling you it's going on tonight.
Well, on that note,
Yeah.
guys, I have to end this. That
And
was
I just want you to step back and look at the time of year, and look at the date, look at the moon, look at the sun, look at the hour.
mhm.
There's absolutely someone being sacrificed tonight.
The ancient texts do point to the times and the seasons, and we can use them for good, or they can be used for evil.
Like it
Uh,
follows you. I've been
yeah.
at EMDC. You can type it in right now. A ritual is done like right below me, like not even a
Mhm.
meter. They murdered the
Yeah.
child.
Oh, we
2016.
saw. I've shown
Yeah.
the sacrifice at CERN
But
many times.
They made sure he had the
we can
alcohol
all
and the cigarettes to do
we
the
can't
proper rites
we
over
can't
Copperman and
change
voodoo.
you can't change the path. You can't change the fucking past, Morgan.
No
But what
one's
you can
trying.
do,
No one's
but what you
trying. But
can't.
I'd rather expose the
No,
deeds
no,
of
sir.
evil.
Jeez.
You have to handle this shit different. You know, I'm sorry you had to go through this shit,
Uh,
but either way, it's you know you have to. You're living right now, so you can't make the
He's
shit.
working on himself.
Don't let it
We're all
affect.
working on ourselves.
Satan's scared of me so much that the decree of Dodge Ram goes out to all.
No, he's
Dodge
using
Trist
you. He's
Ram.
using you like a fucking
Dodge
flute. So
Trist Ram. Dodge Ram.
don't let this
All
shit.
right. Any last words there, Cage?
Yeah, thank you guys for having me on here. It
All
was
right. Thanks
talking.
for coming up. You've been.
We got to look into more of that. You know, the video. We should finish that
Yeah,
eventually.
you know what? I do another show tomorrow about the same time. You want to drop by then and have a chat? That'd be awesome.
All right, thank you for having me on.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
Much love.
All
man.
right. Any last word, Morgan?
Oh, this is the most information thick episode that we've done. I welcome any comment or anything that you have. Understand that when if something's repeated, you get used to it like anything else, and then it's pride that would cause my rage and my anger toward other people. And if you noticed, because I understand why they do it, I'm not hating the people. I love the people. I hate children being hurt.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
and my entire polarity, and I've died doing that, I believe. And with that, you're allowed to have
And
something like
resurrected.
when you
And
die.
resurrected.
Yes, exactly. And
Excellent.
we do that
Cool.
daily with the new sun. And
Yeah.
I feel it. And that's why the pain, it isn't, it's, you have to, it's self chosen. So is the joy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, right now, a child's hearing this and saying, wait, Satan didn't win. He doesn't have me. No, and he never
No.
did. He wants what you have, your power, because you're a child of the most high, of the creator of all of this miracle, and this
All right.
miracle
Wrap it
is
up
for
there.
you. So that's that's who you are. That's who you
Awesome.
are.
Cool. All right. Thanks, guys. Until next time. Until class tonight. Keep it real. We'll see you then. Bye bye.